Good to have you. Good to have you. The Hylon Wheels, welcome in. Alex, hello. Happy refresh day to you as well. Shout out to Bell B for the first bits of the day. Thank you, my friend. We got a little hype train started here as well. Thank you so much. Big shout out to Black Knight with the resub and the 100 bits. We got a first time chatter here, you guys. Welcome, Snaketails2909. And we got another first time chatter. And their first chat ever is 100 bits. Thank you so much. Horror Lover Hales is the name. Horror Lover Hales. Hello. I was going to say hello, Hales. I think Hales is how I say your name. But welcome, my friend. Welcome. Thank you for the 100 bits. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. And always great to see a first-time chatter. We have 2 in here. Awesome. Cambria, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Very nice of you, my friend. Thank you so much, you guys. And Jen Jingle Bells coming in with a 366. Thank you. 93% through the hype train here. No pressure on the hype train, though, you guys. Thank you so much for the love and support. Greatly appreciate it. Already 869 bits on the board. Already almost 20% done with the goal. Thank you so much. So, yeah, we're going to be discussing... We got a lot to go through here. It's Hillary, says, the Hill on Wheels, short for Hillary. Gotcha. Camilla, welcome. Katie, welcome. Horizontal, welcome. If you're watching on YouTube, be sure to press that like button for me. That would be very much appreciated. Thank you, Samantha, for reminding me. I always forget to ask. Dreamy Luna Elf with the bits as well. Thank you. Mags with the bits as well. Thank you. And Queen Kaya with the resub. And the hype train moves on. Going to a level 2 now. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Also, Alejandra, thank you for the gigantic capybara in the chat. I do appreciate gigantified emotes. All right, so we got a lot to cover today. It's refresh day, so I know most of you guys know the drill. Some of you might not, so let me give you the breakdown of what we do. Now, thankfully, we're not reviewing snaps today. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love reviewing snaps, but when I review snaps, I can't read chat as much. So since this is a regular stream, I get to read all of your comments today. So, you know, if you want to, like, call me a name or, like, troll me or just, like, you know, tell me I'm not a good streamer, today's the day to do it because I'll actually read it. Butterfly said, what's this week's snap thing? We'll get into that, Butterfly. Patience, my friend. In due time. We have a lot to cover. So we're going to be discussing the new snap challenge, of course, as we always do on refresh day. We're going to be discussing your snap results coming in from the Kingdom of Beauty, which is great because you guys did really good. Well done. We're going to be looking at a lot of your snaps. You know, and like I say, when I do review Dream Snaps, oh, thank you, Tranquil. Thank you for the 100 bits. Very kind of you, Tranquil. Said I'll have to leave early. It's my husband's birthday. Oh, tell him I said happy birthday, Panda. Tell him I said happy birthday. And I hope you guys have a wonderful day. And thank you for sending tons of love, Panda. Greatly appreciate it. Actually, troll you, who would do such a thing? Yeah, great question. Ronald, thank you for the 20 bits as well. Thank you. Thank you for another 20 bits here. Thank you for the 40 bits. Thank you for another 5 bits. Thank you for the 45 bits. Love watching my favorite red hair streamer. Okay, all right. Listen, guys, when I said you can say whatever you want, you know, and, like, I'll read it. I'm just going to ignore any comments that, you know, that say that, okay? I'm not going to give you my attention on that today. All right, I'm going to be the bigger man. I'm going to let it go. Everything but that. Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant to say. Okay. So we're going to be talking about. Thank you, Dreamy Luna. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That is the truth. Thank you for speaking the truth in my chat. Thank you. I might promote you to moderator, you know, because you seem a lot smarter. You seem a lot smarter than a lot of my mods. I agree with Luna, says Johnny. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you. Another person that has good eyesight. That's great to see. I love when we have people in the chat that have good settings on their phone and good settings on their screen and they can see actual colors the way they are. That's awesome. Okay, the new vault reward works inside, says Scylla. I haven't even gotten to that part yet. The new vault reward. What do we got here? Let me see. I still need to do last week's routine duties as well. Whoops. Wrong thing. The new... Oh! The Grecian spa tub works inside? Wait a minute, so we can put... I don't think we have any companion homes that can go inside. No way, that's huge. That's huge, that's awesome. Gamer Girl, yeah, it is Dirty Blonde, yeah. I mean, you know, you can look at my thumbnails or you can look at my social media. I have big red lights in my studio for, you know, you see them in my intro when my intro plays. I have a big red neon Senpai light, and I have a big red otaku light to my left. And they do cast a little bit of red light, so people get confused. Yeah, all of the Grecian tubs from the Oasis Starpath are companion homes. You can attach companions. Or I think you can. Yeah. Yeah, the one from the Oasis Starpath goes inside, and it goes in countertops too. Oh, does it? So I guess we already have a companion home that can go inside then, if the tub goes inside. Dang, no way you just did that. Oh my god, bro. Kaya, no, dude. 10 gifted? Thank you, my friend. Queen Kaya with the 10 gifted subs here. That is super generous of you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Incredibly kind. We got to give a sub going to Mon Crespo, Sparky, Fiery Bad Wolf, HJ, Azuli, Lingzink, Renage, and Ant Pyrone, all catching subs here. Courtesy of Queen Kaya. Thank you so much, my friend. That was super kind of you. That was quite a sub bomb. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. So, yeah, we're going to be discussing your Kingdom of Beauty Dreamsnap results. Like I was saying before all the love came in, there was the advice I give on Dreamsnaps for the Dreamsnaps review. That's what it's rooted in, is what does well in the 4K range. And like I mentioned a lot during the reviews this week, you're going to see a lot of the same kind of common things in the 4K range. Things that are very popular within Dreamsnaps voting. There's definitely a meta. Now, you don't always have to do the meta to get 4K. You know, there's plenty of good photos out there that, you know, don't follow the same meta. But if you're having a hard time getting 4K consistently, playing the meta can be a great way to, you know, get a good feel for what works well with voters. Yeah, I got an orange frog today, too. I didn't even know there was an orange frog until it was in my Dreamsnap chest. Like, I never had this frog plushie before, but it was in my Dreamsnap chest. I was like, okay. I think we all did. Yeah. I was surprised because I've never seen this little guy before, and I was like, where did that come from? They did say they're going to do new things each week. Oh, did they? That's cool. So we actually get something new inside of the Dreamsnap chest now? About time. Yeah, because every time I open a clothing Dreamsnap chest, it's just like, it's all stuff I already have, so I never get anything cool from them. So a lot of the times I don't even open them, but yeah, I open it up and I got a orange frog today. So that's cool. Juju said the frog was in my shop for me. Oh, interesting, interesting. Can you explain what meta means? Yeah, it's a gaming term that applies to pretty much any competitive game. So, or any kind of competition within gaming. I'll give you the actual definition. Meta is an acronym. It stands for Most Effective Tactics Available. That's what meta stands for in terms of gaming. So, you know, you can type it out. Meta equals most effective tactics available. And most games that have any kind of player versus player environment have some kind of meta. So like in, you know, like if you're playing Fortnite, some guns are much better than others. You know, the best guns in the game would be the meta guns. They would be the ones that are the most effective to use in player versus player encounters. In, you know, yeah, like in any game where you're competing with other players, there's typically some form of a meta. And the way you can define a meta is to look at the higher ranked players and what's most common within the higher ranks. Yeah, I feel like we talk about meta a lot, but maybe some Dream Valley players might not know what it means. Yeah, Google is a good tool if you're ever confused, Lunaris. You can always just, like, Google gaming and meta, and you'll, you know. So if I ever say something you don't understand, you know, just like, look it up, you know, or ask, you know. You can always just, like, search it up. There's a lot of free resources when it comes to, you know, getting the extra knowledge out there. Thank you for my mom and I for helping us get a much better rank, or such a good rank, says Noe Bear. Yeah, congrats on the 4K. Congrats. Well done, well done. What does Samantha say? You're so right. What the heck is that chest? Wait, what? What's Samantha talking about? I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Tara said I get 4K so consistently now because of you. Nice. Kaya with the bits as well. Thank you, Kaya. Thank you. Johnny said I got 4K too. I was surprised. Of your screen above your big head. Oh. You talking about this? It's the vault. It's the vault. Yeah. So when you look at vault rewards, so when you look at the regular rewards, it's the STARPATH icon. And when you look at the vault rewards, it's the vault icon. Let's see what... Oh, I got a new emote. We got a new emote from the hype train. Thank you, guys. You've never noticed the little vault? Dreamluna said, well, I didn't get 4K. Got 2,500. I think it's because I started watching your Snap review videos, which help obviously a lot because I usually get between 600 and 900, says Dreamy Luna. Well, congrats on the great advance. Going from 600 to 900 to 2,500 is really good. You're right outside. I like the one you guys got more. I like the rock out one. Why did I get the sweaty one? I got a sweaty one and you guys had a cool rock out one. What the heck? Bro. Yeah, I got this guy. I mean, it's kind of funny. I kind of like it. I've had that one for ages. I don't know if I have that one. I can check. Oh, I do have that one. That's why I didn't get it. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, I already have that one. All right. Okay. Yeah, I need to do my routine duties. I'm going to knock that out real quick. And then we'll go ahead and do our... We're going to go ahead and discuss Dreamsnap results. After that, we'll take a look at your snaps. And when it comes to... and also when it comes to the term meta, even if, you know, players don't understand what meta means, the context clues should make it pretty clear. Because whenever I talk about the meta, I talk about what's commonly performing well in 4K. And I talk about, you know, the very consistent snaps we see in the 4K range that follow that meta. So that should be, you know, that should provide a pretty good context clue. But hey, if you're ever confused about terminology I'm using here, you know, like I said, you can always, like, do a quick trip by Google or ask if I'm able to read chat. If I'm reviewing snaps, I'm not able to read chat, but you can ask the mods. I would assume most gamers know. You know, most gamers have heard the term meta before. Unless Dreamlight Valley is like the only game you play, then maybe not. Because, you know, for a lot of people that play cozy games, there's, you know, not as much, like, competition. So metas won't be as, you know, consistent. But there's even meta in non-competitive games. Like if you play Stardew Valley, you know, there's a very clear meta there when it comes to how to make more money faster. And even with Dreamlight Valley, outside of competition, you know, I would say when it comes to making star coins, there's some clear metas in the game. Like pumpkins are a very clear meta. They're very effective. But yeah, even for cozy games, you know, it just depends on, you know, how deep into the gaming hobby you are. I have to go past the store and pick up my cousin. I will have you on lurking until I return back to the house, says Allie. Sounds good, my friend. I'll be here. I'll be here for a little while. Animal Crossing and the turnip market. Oh my god, dude. I miss the turnip market. I felt like it was really fun because, you know, it was like playing the stock market, you know. You got to buy low, sell high. Love the turnip market. It would be so cool if we had something like that in Dreamlight Valley. Rosebud Girl said, my girls and I all have started watching your advice videos and we're able to get 4K on our snaps. It was my 12-year-old's first time getting 4K. Dang, 12 years old and getting 4K? That's impressive. That's impressive. Good for her. Good for her. Well done. Well done. If she's watching, keep up the great work, my friend. Keep up the great work. Kai said the turn market was fun. It was, right? It was fun. Creamy said I got ranked 98. These streams always help. Cheers. I have some fun ideas for you guys for example scenes for Cherished Childhood. Now, for the new Snap theme, it's called Cherished Childhood, and it says build and decorate a playful scene inspired by your childhood memories. Relive magical moments with Buzz, Olaf, and companions from your favorite adventures. So there's some pretty fun things you can do here. And we're going to be playing with some, but you know, just like last week, this is a very open-ended challenge. So when it comes to reliving magical moments from your childhood, that can be so many different things. So just like last week, I think people are going to, you know, whenever a theme is not very specific, like Kingdom of Beauty was very specific. You know, you were being tasked with creating a beautiful kingdom. So very straightforward. But with Journey into Imagination, where you're building an expo to highlight your valley or what you want to highlight, you know, that can be a great many things. And just like Cherished Childhood can be a great many things. So we'll have some fun example scenes for this one. We're going to be working on those later today once we finish talking about the new example scenes. Now in the shop this week, or once we finish talking about Snap results, I had to get the Star Command cat. First orange cat we've got in the game. So this was an absolute must for me, but I kind of wish it was just an orange cat. I'm not going to lie. Like, I don't like the headpiece. Like, you know, you shouldn't put something over kitty cat's ears. So I wish he just had, you know, maybe just the wings. But, you know, it's an orange cat, so I had to get it. So, you know, got love for the orange boys. We also have the Playtime Valley bundle. I don't know if I'm going to get this. I really don't like Toy Story themes that much. I mean, this could be cool in like a Dreamsnap if I wanted to use it, but I don't, you know, I don't know. I probably wouldn't really need it. The building I'll probably get. You know, this will work good for a city or town build, and I'm always picking up stuff for that, and there's some cool toys in the window, so this could be fun. Could also be fun for this week's challenge. The Bo Peep Ensemble, it does have a new hairdo, which looks like very... It barely has texture. You know, it looks like a toy. You know, like it makes you look... It looks like plastic. Like the hair looks like plastic. But it does have a new hairpiece. And that's always worth considering for Dreamsnaps because you never know when a hairpiece is going to come in handy. But yeah, you know, the outfit itself... Well, let me switch to my female avatar because it's going to look a little bit better on her, not going to lie. I think my chest is a little bit too broad for that. All right, yeah, let's look at it here. So yeah, it definitely looks pretty cute on the female avatar. Now, the front of the hair is not as bad, but yeah, it definitely has a very plasticky look. It's almost like a Bo Peep doll, you know? It's almost like you can dress like a little toy yourself. So yeah, I almost always pick up hairstyles when they're in the shop, but this is probably one of my least favorites. Like, you know, it comes with shoes too, but these are really kind of boring. Like, we already have plenty of loafers and, you know, shoes that are similar to this. I'm not a big fan of the look of this outfit, and I'm not a big fan of the hairstyle either. Now, if you really like Bo Peep and, like, you really like the get up, you know, pick it up, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not too into most of the shop this week, but, you know, the orange cat, gotta get that. What else do we have coming back? Slinky Dog is back, Pizza Planet, Al's Toy Barn. Lots of toy stuff this week. They're really, basically, you know, for the challenge being about Cherished Childhood, they're going to be, you know, a lot of Toy Story stuff to work with. You know, Alien Swirling Saucers is here. We got the Toy Barn. We got this toy set coming back. This is a pretty nice set for only $1,200. We get the little cabinet that was in the Toy Story realm. We get this little toy oven. We get this little toy slide. We get this little table. So these were all things that were, I believe, in the Toy Story realm. Well, I know the table's in the Toy Story realm and the slide's in the Toy Story realm. And I believe this is. I think this is too. I can't remember about the little oven. Limited time deals. The Ranger set is back. This is from the very first StarPath ever. And I think this is probably one of the best buys if you don't have it, if you missed that very first StarPath. Because I love the little ship. This is pretty small, by the way. It just goes on a table or on the ground. But the suit, I think, is a must-have. This is so useful for different, like, tech dream snaps or space dream snaps. Very, very useful item. It's player size. And you're, 20% off here. So, good deal. Good deal. And then we have the Monsters, Inc. door ensemble. Already have that. My returning items. Recommendeds. Oh, Trusty's house is back. I might get that. I don't know. The only unique companion I don't have, which is Percy. I was just kind of bummed that Percy didn't have a unique pose. That's like the reason I didn't really get him, is because it's just the same as the other dog poses. If they would have given Percy a unique pose, I definitely would have picked him up. Did I ever buy the Corgi, or is he still pinned? I need to check that. Oh, he's still pinned. Yeah, I have the B pin and the Corgi pin. I'm probably going to buy the Corgi today. Yeah, since there's nothing in the shop I really want this week, I think I'm just going to get the Corgi. Yeah, let's get him. Let's get that Corgi puppy. I grew up with Corgis, so I feel like that's kind of a must for me. And since I'm saving Moonstones this week, not really interested in a lot of stuff in the shop, I'm gonna go and get him. I might pin something else. Maybe something from my recommended here. Yeah, I never got the Pawfik Pet Playground. Well, since Percy's the only unique companion I don't have, maybe I'll pin him. Yeah, maybe I'll get Percy eventually. I don't know. Maybe. Okay. Mayor Bear says, I was thinking either summer camp build or playing outside until the street lamps come on, or dress up tea party. Not sure if anyone would be better. Don't really have time to build all three and choose later. Well, if you're on the fence, you can always wait till the Dreamsnap guide video tomorrow. We'll have our Dreamsnap tip video out, as usual, on Thursday before we go live. So you can always check out the example scenes and maybe get even more of an idea of what you want to do. Gwendolyn said, I'm thinking about the Bo Peep outfit. Don't usually buy outfits, but want to do a doll for this week's Dream Snap. Yeah, it's definitely, with that hairstyle, you can definitely pull off like a doll or a toy for sure. Alex said, even the most horrible childhood still had moments of happiness. Lisa, LOL. There's got to be a good memory in there somewhere. Yeah. Oh, Lisa, what if you had a horrible childhood? Well, I mean, there's, got to be a moment where you were playing with a toy or you were watching a show you liked or something, And if not, you can just make a cool looking Toy Story build with some toys, A lot of options, Would indoor work this week? Absolutely. Yeah, indoor is a good option for sure. I might do indoor. Isn't the whole theme of the Dreamlight Valley bad things happen to the main character? Oh yeah, there's no, they, I wouldn't say bad things necessarily. They just grew up. I need to watch your video on how to get villagers inside. You just use a villager summoning item, and you can get a bunch of villagers inside. The same thing works on a floating island. So, I know when I was reviewing Dreamsnap, some people, when they submitted for a secondary review, they were like, I couldn't get the same villagers because they were all in the screw shop. And I think a lot of people don't know this, but you can get whoever you want for your photos. You can get, anybody, no matter where they are or what they're doing. So, this is who's here right now. But if I come over here to this villager summoning item, I can just keep summoning villagers. It doesn't matter if they're in the screwed shop or in their house, they'll show up. I did this for my Dreamsnap, and I don't know. I might have added too many villagers to my expo. I went crazy last night. I was up pretty late, and I summoned so many villagers, and I ended up using so many. I just wanted to have fun with it. But I hope it's not too many. I hope I didn't go too far with it. But yeah, this works indoors as well. Indoors and outdoors. And if you're indoors, once you get all the villagers you want to use, then you can use your toggle to hide the ones you don't want to use and just focus on the ones you do want to use. If you summon too many villagers indoors, you lose the option to control all of them. I didn't have that issue. Unless that's a new issue. Because that's how I made this snap. I summoned every villager in the game into my house because I had a really hard time getting, I think, Christmas Mickey to show up. So this entire room was full of villagers. And I just hid all of them with the villager toggle. I turn all the villagers off and then turn on the ones I want to use with the toggle. Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do. I just hide all the villagers. So I'm not sure what they were saying about you can't control the villagers if you get too many. I've never had that issue. Ever since we got the toggle, So, I mean, I can go inside and show you if you want. But yeah, essentially you just summon everybody, then turn them off with the toggle, and then just like choose the ones you do want to use and put them where you want to put them. Now, when it comes to placing the villagers where you want, if you turn them off, it's not as bad. So this was before they added the ability to move them. This was before. I made this snap before the new toggle. This was from Christmas time. So I could toggle them off, but I couldn't select where they would be. I had to trap them with Touch of Magic. That's how I made this. I trapped my villagers with Touch of Magic items, and then I paused them, and I turned all the other villagers off. And then I snapped my Christmas party photo. But yeah, there was back then when I made this, there was no way to like move the villager where you wanted to. I had to trap them with Touch of Magic items and then pause them, and then I hid the Touch of Magic items. You just keep doing that until they spawn. Yep, pretty much. It doesn't take that long. I mean, look at how many we already have here. We've only used it a handful of times. But it's random who you're gonna get. It's totally random. Dang it, I keep opening my camera. So, essentially, you'll just keep doing this till you get the ones you want. Yeah, it takes a few minutes. If you need, like very specific villagers, you might get unlucky, and it might take you, like, 5 or 10 minutes to have that villager show up. But, if you're just trying to get a good crowd, and once they're all here, I also highly recommend building a fence around them when you do this. That way they're, you don't have to worry about hiding a bunch of them. They can just be trapped outside of your build. And then once you have a bunch of villagers, you can just, leave the fenced-in area. And then you can go to your Dreamsnap scene. And then you can use your toggle to put them wherever you want them. So if you're ever dealing with the issue of like, oh, I really want to use this villager and that villager, or a bunch of the villagers you want to use for whatever reason are stuck in the Scrooge shop, you can just keep you can use any villager summoning item. There's a bunch of those items, and then as you can see here, they're all here on the toggle. They will be grayed out though if they start talking to each other. So if you open this and they're grayed out, just like close the camera, wait for them to finish talking, and then you can bring them in. But yeah, once you have all the villagers in, you can just choose them and put them where you want them. And there you go. That's why they gray out. Yes, and also if they sit down, they won't show up on the toggle at all. So there's three things that'll mess the toggle up. If you're hanging out with a villager, they will not be on the toggle. If the villager is sitting down, when you open the camera, they will not appear on the toggle. If two villagers are talking, they will appear on the toggle, but they will be grayed out. So you have to close the camera and wait for them to finish their dialogue, and then you can select them again. But if you ever see villagers grayed out and they're not able for selection, it's because they were in a conversation when you open the camera. And if you don't want them to sit down, just don't give them any chairs inside of this area. So when you summon all the villagers, make sure you don't have any seats in there. That way they're not going to sit down. They might talk to each other, but, then you just close the camera and reopen it. And that's all you got to do. And you can get a bunch of villagers. But yeah, I went a little overboard. And hopefully it's not, hopefully it's not too much. But this is what my snap ended up looking like. Like, I have Donald and Mike checking out this telescope. Like, Merlin's over here hosting, like, the spacey stuff. And we have, like, Ariel by the Oswald car showing it off. And Oswald's jumping around. Jack's checking out the car. Conductor Goofy is over here with the train expo area. And then we have a bunch of villagers, like, on the main carpet. So I went, like, absolutely crazy with the toggle. This must have taken a minute. Dude, I was up until like 3 in the morning last night. Because I've been so busy reviewing your snaps and making example scenes that I hadn't had a lot of time to work on my snap. I had built it, but I wanted to have like a really good villager presence. And I just ended up going really crazy and just like having so many different villagers. And I wanted to make sure they were all visible so like nobody's blocked. Like you can see every villager's face. And that was kind of tricky because, I had to use the very small ones towards the front and then some of the taller ones towards the back. But yeah, you can see every villager in the scene. I had to like layer it just right to get it to work. It was very tricky. But it came together pretty well. So I'm excited about it. It was a really fun snap to make. I've never used that. I don't think in any of my snaps I've ever used that many villagers. Or at least I've never featured that many villagers in my snap before. Scylla says, is it okay just to use Buzz this week? Yeah. There's no... So, last week, Scylla, the challenge was an expo, right? It was a large-scale expo. It was a universal expo. So it was a good idea to use a lot of villagers. But when it comes to this week's theme, it's just about your childhood. So... it does say relive magical moments with Buzz, Olaf, and companions from your favorite adventures. But that doesn't mean you have to use all of them. You can just do Buzz. Like in this example scene, they have you're building snowmen with Olaf. So yeah, you can use one. I do recommend at least using one villager for sure. But yeah, I don't think you need to use like a whole bunch. I hope you place first as Impossible Girl. I doubt that. When it comes to Dream Snaps, my only goal is to land in 4K. I've been in the top 3 a couple of times, but it's really unpredictable. The thing, when it comes to Dream Snaps ranking, the thing you have to keep in mind is that where you land is really chaotic. You can't really control what rank you get, even if you make what could potentially be one of the best stream snaps in the world. It doesn't even mean it's going to be in the top 10. Because if a snap that, is not the same quality as what you made pops up against a whole bunch of random selfies and a whole bunch of quest photos, that could end up being the snap at rank 1. That's why I always tell people, don't get too caught up in the number of your rank. Focus more on the range. What you want to do is just land in 4K every week. That's what you want to do. And you can control that. Now, every once in a while, you might have some bad luck and you might pop up against some really good snaps and you can get 4K for, 10 weeks in a row and then you get 2,500. That can happen. But, overall, you can really, if you really understand snaps, if you really understand what voters like, if you understand the meta, and if you understand the themes, you can place in the top 4% every single week because there's a lot of people that, submit random selfies or just like put together quick snaps. And there's a lot of people out there that don't really fully know what the voters like the most because they don't look at a lot of the 4K snaps. So if you have that knowledge, if you know what the voters like, you can use that and you can land in 4K very consistently. Now, as far as where you land, you know, you could get rank 8,000. And you know, there were some rank 8,000s today that got 4K. Or you can land at rank 200. At the end of the day, you're getting the same reward, and you're in the same bracket. So somebody that gets rank 200 is in the same bracket as somebody that gets rank 7,000. So don't worry too much about the number. That's why I don't worry about placing at rank 1 or rank 2 or rank 3. You know, like if it happens, that's exciting. I'll welcome that, you know, I'll be thrilled. But I also understand, just like both the times I've been rank 2, that I just had a very fortunate week. You know, my snap popped up against snaps it was able to consistently beat. I likely didn't pop up against snaps that were, you know, better than mine or at the same caliber, but I could have. You know, I don't believe my snap was the second best in the world. They were good snaps, the ones I had that got ranked 2, but I don't really think, you know, because at the end of the day, art is subjective, right? Like, you know, this is one of the ones I had that got ranked 2 for Topsy-Turvy Tea Party. I definitely saw tea parties that were just as good as this. Some I would even say were better. If I would have gotten voters that felt that way and popped up against those snaps, I likely wouldn't have gotten ranked 2. But that's not what happened. I got voters that really liked what I did, and I managed to pop up against snaps that I could consistently beat. You know, you never know what you're going to pop up against. You never know what kind of voters you're going to get. So, you know, I don't really think my snap will get rank 1 this week. It's a great snap, but I'm just aiming for 4K. I'll take whatever I end up getting. You know, it could be rank 7,000. It could be rank 500. You know, at the end of the day, same reward. That's all I want, is to land in that 4K range as consistently as possible. Let's see. We're going to go... I want to show you guys the villager summoning indoors as well. I didn't even... You know what's funny about that, Jen? I didn't even tag max for that outfit, and I got ranked 2. That's one of the things I'm really proud of, because I proved a point with this Dreamsnap, which made me really happy. So, a lot of people thought you had to tag max to get good ranks. They thought you had to use all the high-value item stuff. And I kept telling people, no, you don't. You just have to use 4 and 3 tag items where you can, where they work. You know, you don't want to build an outfit out of 1 and 2 tag items back when the tag system was in play. And the funny thing is, I actually chose not to have a... there was a 3 or 4 tag neck piece. It was the winter scarf. And everybody was using it because they were like, oh, you have to use as many high-value items as you can. Nope. It looked bad. I didn't like the way it looked. And votes are just as important as your tags. You know, you need to set it up to do both. You need to have good high-value items, but you also need to make sure your outfit looks good. So instead of a high-value neck piece, I ended up choosing a 1-tag pair of headphones. You know, I didn't use this for tags. I used it for the purple. So I actually did not tag max for this, and I got ranked 2. So I made this to kind of prove a point when we did have the tag system that you never had to tag max to do good. The thing is, back when we had the tag system that a lot of people didn't understand, is that there was a diminishing return on high-value items. So, like, if we had a decor challenge with 100 4-tag items, it didn't matter if you used all 100 of them. You're not going to get any extra boost for that. The first, like, 6 that you use, that's all you really needed to have. If you had, like, you know, 5 or 6 4-tag items, you were covered. You would get a good bonus multiplier to your score for that. But, like, all of the decor builds I did when we had the tag system, I focused on using 4-tag items that looked good in the build, and I didn't bother placing... Because a lot of people would, like, go behind their build and place, like, all these additional, you know, like, pretty much every 4 and 3 tag item just to try to be safe. And I would always tell people, if that makes you feel better, go for it. But it doesn't really make a big difference in terms of the results. So the tag maxing thing was always, you know, it was always just something people did because they they were worried, or I guess just didn't have as much faith as they should have in their work. At the end of the day, you did have to use 3 and 4 tag items. You needed to. If you built your scene or your outfit out of 1 and 2 tag items, you were punished. But you never had to tag max. And I kept on trying to explain that to people because a lot of tag max outfits didn't look good and they would not get good votes and they would underperform. So, yeah, there was a lot of... I'm glad they changed the tag system, though, because, number one, anybody that didn't know about it, like any player that didn't know you were supposed to use 4 and 3 tag items, they would have a really hard time getting 4K, even with a good snap, and that's not fair. That was never fair. So I never liked that. I don't want anybody in snaps to have an unfair advantage. Some people say they miss the tag system, and some people are like, I can't get 4K anymore. And it's like, well, that, tells you that you kind of need to address doing what the voters like, because now it's just votes. That's how you get 4K now. But, my snap results, even after they changed the tag system and voting, they haven't changed. Like, I'm still getting right around the same ranks that I always did. Coloring with Genesis at what's a tag max? It's from the past. It's not anything you really need to worry about now. It was something, they've changed Dreamsnaps, but in the past, your rank and score were determined by 2 things, not just voting. It was voting plus the use of high-value items. So, you know how every Dreamsnap challenge has required tags? Like this week, you're going to need 1 casual, 1 cute, 3 calm, 2 playful. Well, in the past, whenever you were setting up your photo, you would also have these numbers over here. And it would count all of your tags. And people basically, they thought that you had to get those numbers super high to do well. But really what you had to do was use a handful of 4 and 3 tag items. Tag maxing is when people would go out of their way to basically make sure every item equipped to their avatar was a 4 tag item or a 3 tag item. And then they would place hundreds of hidden furniture items into core challenges with 3 or 4 tags, like in the back of the build. And I would always stress that you really didn't have to do that, but people still did it, and I was like, there's no harm in it if you wanted to do it. But it was never necessary. You never had to rely on tag maxing to perform well. And I'm glad they got rid of it, because now you can, nobody has to worry about tags at all. You don't have to use any 3 or 4 tag items on your avatar. You can just do whatever, ties into the challenge best for you or what you want to create. Yeah, we just talked about that, Dreamy Loon Elf. Required tags. So, like I just mentioned, now the way Dreamsnaps works is all you need to submit are your required tags, but they don't play any role in performance. So, they mentioned that when they changed it, it was in the patch notes that tags no longer affect score at all. Dreamsnaps are now only decided by votes. That's the only thing that determines your score and your rank. But voting is chaotic. It depends on what you pop up against. It depends on what kind of voters you get. Not everybody's going to like the same thing. That's why we always talk about the meta. We talk about what is very popular in mass with voters. Because if you look at, we're going to look at results today. And it's the same with so many challenges. When it comes to Dreamsnap challenges, you're going to see a common trend in the 4K range. You're going to see photos where either the avatar or a villager are somewhat close to the camera. Not every snap is going to have this, but about 80%, 70 to 80% of the snaps in the 4K range are going to have this feature. So this is what I mean, like being close to the avatar. So pushing the camera forward is a big play in the meta. A lot of the snaps in the 4K range are going to follow this. You're going to see really good lighting. You're not going to see a lot of snaps where things are shadowed or dark. You're going to see good balance in a lot of snaps, kind of the same weight on each side. You'll see strong composition and good detail in the 4K range as well. You're not going to see big, empty, open areas. Like, you're not going to see completely empty and open foregrounds for most of these snaps. They're going to have layers to them. They're going to have foreground, midground, and background. These are all very common things within that 4K range. So yeah, they're still required tags, but they have absolutely no impact on your performance. Doesn't matter, You just need these tags to submit, and that's it. They don't play any kind of role in how your Dreamsnap's going to do. Jasmine said the tag system sucked. I'm so happy they changed it. Me too, me too. My biggest complaint with the tag system was that it just wasn't fair, because the game never explained that 3 tag and 4 tag items were worth the most. A lot of players figured that out, and we figured that out. But for all the players that weren't aware of that, and they just got all their tags from 1 and 2 tag items, they would be punished. And that was never fair. You know, that was never, I don't think that was ever a good way to do things. And if they were going to do it that way, I think from the start, Game Loft should have just, or Dream Valley should have just been up front and put that, you know, when you go into Dreamsnaps and you look at more details, it should have explained it there. So, you know, the tag system wasn't quite fair. And some people complained because after the tag system changed, you know, they're like, I can't even get 4K anymore. And it's like, well, you know, that kind of shows you were getting 4K due to an unfair advantage. You were getting 4K in the past because you understood the tag system, and it was the fact that that was multiplying your final score. You weren't getting enough votes to get 4K on your own. The tag system was carrying you. Whereas now, if you're unable to get 4K because of the change, then that means you're just not getting enough votes. So at that point, you know, you want to try to figure out what you can do to appeal to voters a bit more. But, I mean, you know, anybody that understood the tag system, like, I benefited from knowing the tag system. Almost everybody here that watched my content and also understood the tag system benefited from knowing the tag system. It was so easy to get 4K, but it didn't feel fair. It never felt fair to me that people weren't, you know, that a lot of people weren't aware of it. So I think the change to, like, pivot completely into just voting is probably one of the best changes to come to Dreamsnaps. Miscellaneous says, hi, Senpai, hi, chat. Anyone in heat waves, please stay hydrated. Yeah, it's only like 75 degrees up north here. It's not too bad. The next problem is to tackle increased voter participation. So it's really good right now at the beginning of an update, Autumn Sweater, especially with the new skip, infinite skip option. I think voting has improved a lot, but you are right that we still need more incentive. People need more incentive to vote for sure. And even if it's not Moonstones, like they could give star coins, like there's so many things they could give to reward players. 50 Moonstones a week, I mean, that's cool and all, but it's not enough of a reward to really incentivize people to spend more time in the voting section. And I think if you are going to be going through Dreamsnaps and giving credit to a lot of amazing snaps, you should be better rewarded for it. So yeah, I do agree that that needs to change. But when a new update comes, there's plenty of voters. It's the end of an update where it becomes a problem. So, like the last week before an update comes to an end, you know, there's way less players, way less Dreamsnap submissions, and way less voters. And oftentimes, there's just not enough voters to go around. So yeah, I do agree that they need to fix that at some point. I think somebody asked, yeah, Mara says, so if tags don't count for anything, why do they even exist? To give people a concept of the theme, that's about it. And sometimes the tags don't even match the theme that well. So this week, casual, cute, calm, familiar. So and that also empowers the Dreamsnap tab for people that have a hard time finding things. Everything in here is organized by those tags. So let me show you. Well, my favorite stuff is at the top. So everything that's favorited is going to be at the top. But look, so what we see here are items with these tags they've included. I'm looking for the 4 tag stuff. I might just filter. Is it upside down? Yeah, they're not in order. It used to be in order. So we have casual, cute, calm, familiar. So what we're going to do, calm, familiar, cute, and casual. So the reason the tags exist is just give people an idea of like the kind of stuff they can use. Like, look, there's the Neverland waterfall. That was literally in one of the examples. So to answer your question, Meredith, about why tags exist, it's just to help you find things. Now, if you're a player like me or somebody else that's been playing since the beginning of early access and you have thousands of hours in this game, when a challenge comes, you don't really need tags to tell you what to use. You're going to be able to come up with that concept on your own. But it's not as easy for a lot of people. You know, a lot of people might have a hard time, you know, theorizing what items they could use or how they can make their build. And that's why they have the tags. You know, you're going to find, you know, like theme park items with these tags. There's some Toy Story items with these tags. There's a lot of different things. That carry these tags. But a lot of the times, they're not even the best, you know. I feel like the Toy Story tag would work better this week. But if I had my way, they would just get rid of tags altogether, you know. I mean, well, tags should be in the game because they're a good way to find things. But I think they should get rid of required tags, too. I don't even think there's, you know, there's no point in required tags being here anymore. They're really just here to give, you know, some insight into the items, but sometimes the tags they choose don't even work that well. The way I see it, the required tags are just a relic of the past. It's a relic of the past. They changed the way the score works, but they never got rid of required tags. If we can get Moonstones daily for voting, it would make me want to vote every day. Yeah, agreed. 50 Moonstones a day. They wouldn't want to give out that much, though. My suggestion to them was 25 Moonstones a day for voting with unlimited skips. You will definitely get past that each day. True. But you're talking about a pretty big increase in the amount of Moonstones they give out. And if anything, they're trying to give out less. You know, think about it. They've already reduced the bracket size because for 4K, they used to give the top 7.5% of players 4,000 Moonstones. They've reduced that to the top 4%. That's thousands and thousands of people less getting 4K each week. So if anything, Gameloft is trying to slow down the amount of Moonstones they're giving out because they really want people to spend money. So if they were to give 25 Moonstones a day instead of 50 Moonstones a week, you know, you're talking about a 300% plus increase on how many Moonstones are given out each week for voting. And they probably wouldn't want to go in that direction. Again, I think just doing star coins would be fair. I think a lot of people would vote just for star coins. If they want to keep them... I mean, don't get me wrong. I would love for them to give out 25 Moonstones a day for voting. I'm in favor of that. I just think that it's not likely because Gameloft has shown that they want to move in the opposite direction. They're trying to give out less Moonstones. So I would be surprised if they ended up doing that. But since they did decrease the amount of Moonstones they give out from Dreamsnaps, they could make up for that by giving us more Moonstones for voting. Would be fair. But, you know, we'll see. Gypsy, thank you for the resub. Good to see you. Welcome in, my friend. Welcome in. Frozen Flamingo said, Senpai, I learned about tag maxing on YouTube like a week or after it went away. No way. Dang, that's funny. Well, it's gone now, so I'm glad it's gone. I did notice that whenever I use the premium shop items that I would inevitably score better. I didn't buy premium shop every week. I like the new system better. Premium items were never worth more, Frozen Flamingo. But here's the thing. The reason you likely would score better when you used premium items, it's simple. Back when we had the tag system, Frozen Flamingo, Gameloft would often put 4 tag items in the premium shop. There were a lot of challenges where they did that. So let's say we still had the old tag system where tags played a role in your score or performance. You know, these would likely be our 4 tag items because they want you to, want you to buy them. But now that it just goes by theme, they just put themed items in the shop. So premium shop items still do well in the Dreamsnap challenge because they usually correlate to the theme, and that's on purpose. That's by design because it incentivizes more purchases. You know, they want to give you a reason to want these items. But yeah, that's all by design, of course. I was voting right now, and it shows me a Dreamsnap identical to your miniature. What do you mean? Miniature? What was that one challenge recently that made us use a back tag? That one was annoying because I didn't want a back piece. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm just like, dude, really? Do you mean it was identical to his sample video? Lubita says yes. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that's why I don't use the scenes from my example video. So, you know, every week I make a guide video for each challenge and I include a few example scenes, but that's exactly why I don't use them. And I try to tell other people not to use them because if you do, you're going to have the same Dreamsnap as a bunch of other people because sometimes people watch my videos and instead of trying to like come up with their own ideas, they just try to replicate what I made in the video. I can't really do anything about that. I know some people will do that. I just always hope that those people will eventually believe in themselves enough to like to make their own thing. That way, you know, I feel like you can be more proud of getting 4K if you make your own design and make your own scene. But yeah, that's exactly why I try not to use my own example scenes because I know people are going to replicate them, which is too bad, but you know, it is what it is. Hopefully, you know, they'll reach a point to where they're able to, instead of just copy what they see in the video, hopefully they'll reach a point to where they're able to be inspired by it and come up with their own concepts. That's where I want people to be. Hi, Senpai. Are you on Twitch? I tried to find you on there to follow your videos. And no, I'm not. I'm not on Twitch. No. This is an illusion. None of this is real. Yeah, I'm on Twitch. I'm here. You're talking to me on Twitch, my friend. Do you mean another platform? Maybe you're asking about like YouTube, Dan, or maybe you're asking about like TikTok or something else? Yeah, sorry. Gotcha. Which platform are you looking for me on? I can help you find me. I got a link to my socials. Thank you, Hope. Thank you. If you type, YouTube? Yeah. Type exclamation YouTube. You'll get a link to my YouTube channel. There you go. It's the same name, but there's the link to YouTube. If you type exclamation YouTube, you'll find me over there. I had to think about it for a second. You were like, are you on Twitch? I was like, I believe so. I think we are. Random question. Do skips affect outcome? Or if you skip 2 snaps, do they show that same pair of snaps to someone else until someone votes for it? Man, I don't like making us speechless. Angel Girl says hello from Sweden. Hello, my friend. Dan says long night. I feel you. I get it. I was up way too late last night myself. I was up, I didn't have much time to work on my Dreamsnap until after, like, I finished reviewing everybody else's snap. So I stayed up till like 3 a.m. last night working on my snap. I was so tired. Lupidas says people copying is so annoying. Yeah, it is, but there's nothing we can really do about it, you know? And it's not just my example scenes that'll get copied. You know, some people share their snaps in Dreamer's Portal. Some people share their snaps on Discord. Some people share their snaps on Facebook. And there always will be people that, you know, really struggle with creativity and they struggle to come up with their own concept. So they'll find snaps to copy just to get the moonstones. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do about that. I know it's frustrating, but I don't let it bother me because that's just, you know, that's just part of the human experience. You know, you're going to have some bad apples in every group and people that, you know, will take credit for other people's work. It happens. And there's not much we can do about it, you know, like you can't really report somebody for copying a snap. And also, it's entirely possible that, you know, 2 people can come up with a very similar concept because we're all doing the same theme. And sometimes the same items are very common and they'll look good layered in the same ways. So sometimes 2 snaps that look very similar might not even have ever seen the other person's snap. So I always try not to be too judgmental if I see a snap that I think is a copy. Now, sometimes it can be super obvious that it's a direct copy. Like, I've definitely seen that where, like, there's no way that's a coincidence. But, you know, I know it's annoying and frustrating, but don't let it get to you. Don't let it bother you. There's not much we can do about it. At the end of the day, if you put time and effort into your snap and you understand what voters like, and most importantly, you have fun and you enjoy the process, you know, that's what it's all about. It's just, you know, enjoying yourself, having a good time, making something you're proud of. And on the bright side, you know, if you're not copying snaps and you perform well, you know it's on your own merit. The downside to just copying a snap you find online is that, you know, you can be happy you got 4K, but you can't really take any pride from that. Because it wasn't your idea. You know, it was somebody else's snap that got 4K. You just copied it. You know, it's like copying homework. You don't learn anything if you copy somebody else's essay. Whereas if you write your own, you'll learn a lot, you know? So when it comes to, you know, being frustrated about people copying dream snaps, just remember, you know, the people that are copying snaps, unfortunately for him, they probably don't get to feel much pride in performance. And then on top of that, you know, they're not learning as much as the people that are out there making their own scenes. Like I said, I know it's frustrating, but, you know, just always try to look on the bright side and don't let it annoy you too much, because it's just one of those things that's going to happen no matter what. So don't let it get to you. Don't let it get to you. Queen Rose says, I just listen to find ideas. Well, that's what I hope for most people. If anything, when people watch my Dreamsnap guides and see my example scenes, if anything, it actually makes me kind of sad that people will just copy what they see, because it tells me that they don't have much faith in their own creativity, and I want them to. Like, I want people to believe in themselves, you know? So I'm not mad at people that copy my scenes. If anything, I'm just kind of disappointed about it, because I'm like, I really wish you believed in yourself a little bit more. If you simply, you know, use good lighting and come up with a good concept for your theme, you don't need to copy a snap to do well. You can do it. You can do it. You just got to believe in yourself. And I think that's part of the issue is, sadly, there's just a lot of people out there that don't believe in themselves. So instead of getting mad at them, you know, try to look at it that way, you know, like, it's almost, you know, more than anger, it's, you know, it's just pity. Like, I feel bad. I feel bad that there's people out there that either just don't enjoy coming up with their own concept or don't believe in themselves enough to do it, you know? So I know it's easy to be mad at people that copy snaps, but I don't harbor any kind of anger towards people that copy. If anything, I feel bad for them, because I feel like that's probably not a fun way to play, and they have to have a lot of self-doubt to play that way. And, you know, I hope one day they'll believe in themselves a bit more. Demigod says, autistic and I get ideas, but I don't know how to make my ideas into reality, so I need more help with doing a setup, but I still try to change things on my own. Yeah, that's true too. I think that's another thing that's worth pointing out, is that there are people out there, for numerous reasons, you know, autism being one of them, that may just genuinely struggle putting some kind of idea or theme together. And you have to understand that people out there, you know, even somebody that kind of tries to replicate what they found, it might not be from a position of malice or a position of like, yeah, I'm going to steal this person's work. They might just really like what you made, and they really struggle to make their own things. You know, that's also something you got to consider. There's all kinds of people playing the game. That's why, you know, like I said, instead of, you know, being mad about, you know, the copies and some of the replicas, you know, just take it for what it is and understand there's not much point being angered or too heavily annoyed by things beyond our control. It's tough to live that life that way. You know, when there's things beyond your control that happen, just try not to let it get to you, because it's not like you can do anything to stop them, you know. Do you think indoor snaps are risky this week? No, not at all. Indoor snaps are, I don't think, indoor snaps usually are not risky for almost every challenge, unless it's a challenge that specifically mentions something that would be outdoors. So, for example, City by Moonlight, right? City by Moonlight was a challenge where we needed to showcase a city by moonlight. So, if you go indoors, you're not really going to be able to build a city inside. You know, you can build a room, but you're not going to be on theme. So with this week's theme, inside is always an option for any challenge unless it specifies something that has to be outside. So keep that in mind. So like I would say, let me give you some examples. Marvels of nature, I would say indoors would be risky. You could do a very naturey indoor build, but since the challenge was to capture nature itself, I would avoid being inside of a man-made structure. And then for a challenge like City by Moonlight, you're going to need a city, so I would avoid being inside of a room that way. And for a challenge like Inside Out Weather, we're being challenged to showcase the weather. If you're indoors, you could put some weather clouds indoors, but it's going to be a lot trickier, and you're going to be able to highlight weather much better outdoors. Let's see if we have some other examples. And then there's some scenes that are ideal for indoors, right? Like Dreamy Kitchen, Bedroom Beauty. We're being tasked with creating a kitchen, a bedroom, those are going to be things that are going to work really good indoors. But a challenge like Welcome to Toontown, where we're being tasked with creating a Toontown build, you're going to want to be outdoors for that. So for this week's challenge, it would be indoor and outdoor would be good, because it's not something specifically that has to be outside. A lot of your fond childhood memories likely took place inside the house, playing with your favorite toys, getting into your toy box, watching your favorite show, hanging out with your friends, whatever it may be. Now, there are plenty of childhood memories that are outdoors as well, but again, both would work well for the theme this week. Whereas a challenge like Kingdom of Beauty, you could do an indoor palace build, but you're kind of showing the inside of a building rather than the kingdom itself. So doing, setting it up to where you build a kingdom, that's going to be a better play outdoors. But for memories, and I get this question every week about almost every challenge. People are always like, can I do this indoors? Does it have to be outdoors? The answer is always the same. If the challenge is specifying something that primarily only exists outdoors, then you should stick with outdoors. If the challenge is referencing something that can be either indoor or outdoor, you can do whichever one you want. Just like for last week, we were being tasked with making a Universal Expo. You can build an expo inside. There's a lot of, most expos take places inside of giant buildings. Now, I do think if you want to capture a Universal Expo, which is like a world fair, there's a lot of architecture on display, there's a lot of tech, and you have a lot of different items. So when you do a Universal Expo, if you go outdoors, you can have a much bigger crowd, but that doesn't mean you have to do indoors for this either, or outdoors for this either. Because again, if you're simply making an expo, that can be inside. There's all kinds of good expos we saw indoors. We saw some really good tech expos indoors. We saw some great oceanic expos indoors. And that'll apply for every challenge. So indoors is always a good option. And I might do indoor soon myself. Brittany Ava Rose says, holy tattoos, Batman, you are blasted. I need more, to be honest. I need more. I would love to, I don't have anything on my back yet. I would love to get, like a really cool back piece. I actually wanted my space sleeve to run up onto my back and then have, a deep space scene on the back. That would be super cool. But yeah, my best friend growing up ended up getting a apprenticeship at a really prestigious tattoo shop. And then he ended up, when he finished his apprenticeship, since he was like my best friend for ages, I just kept going back to him and supporting his work, and I got a lot of work from him. Tattoos were a really big part of the scene and culture where I grew up. Do you have any anime tattoos? Not really. Most of my work is traditional American style. I do have some gaming tattoos. Like I have my Animal Crossing avatar, and standing in front of a cherry blossom tree on my bottom left calf, and I have the Triforce right here. But most of it's traditional American, and everything has a bit of a story. And then I've always loved space. Like, I've always been very fascinated by the cosmos, so this whole sleeve is a space sleeve. And then my whole torso is done as well. But I haven't gotten any work done in quite a while. I love tattoos. You should show them off. Yeah, I've had people ask for a tattoo tour. Maybe at some point. I've always thought a tattoo starting with space on the shoulder and going down, wrapping into an ocean on the hip or the other side. Oh, dude, that sounds cool. So, like, basically goes, like, space, like, deep space into, like, atmosphere into ocean, and then you have, like, a layer for the water, and then it goes into, like, sea life. That's actually a really cool premise. That sounds awesome. I want to get one in memory of my grandmother who passed. It would be my first tattoo, but I haven't finished the location for the design yet. Still thinking. Well, that's a good way to approach it, Bethany. I feel like when it comes to getting tattoos, you always want to keep in mind they're forever. Well, I mean, there's tattoo laser removal, but I don't think I would ever do that. Because I've never been embarrassed or bothered by the tattoos I've received. Because everything I've ever, opted to put on my body was something I was completely fine with having forever. So, for your first tattoo, choosing something that is, especially like a memorial tattoo for somebody you cared about, I think is a good direction to go. And then, making sure you refine the design so it's something you're very proud of and happy with, something that'll always mean something special to you. For me, it's not just the art that's special, but the fact that it was done by one of the best friends I ever had, makes me very fond of, the work I have. Larry says, I have a couple tattoos I want covered. Yeah, that's why you gotta be careful. I know a lot of people have covered up old tattoos. Mon-Fri said, I would love to get a memorial tattoo for my husband, but don't really know of any artists in my area anymore. Yeah, that's the tricky thing, too. I don't actually know anybody in the area I'm in now. If I get any more work done, I'd probably go back down to Wilmington. Max says, I have many tattoos, most painful being the elbow. I vow to never have another elbow tattoo, but now my elbows don't match, and I want them both decorated. I initially had meaningful tattoos, but now I love being a canvas for other people's work. So last time I was in Florida, I passed by a tattoo artist, and he's like, I know those elbows had to hurt. And I was like, to be honest, for me, they weren't that bad. And he's like, well, you must be the toughest person ever, because everyone I've ever tattooed has always said it's the worst spot. But, I'm not lying. The tattoo, anywhere when I don't know if it's my nerves, but if I get a tattoo somewhere bony, like the elbow or the collarbone, a lot of people say those are really painful, but for me, it's the fatty, soft areas that hurt the most. Like when I got my torso done, my lower stomach, like at the bottom of my stomach, that was the most painful spot I've ever had tattooed. I've never once wanted to tap out from getting a tattoo. But when I had my stomach piece done, I got it done in like 6-hour sessions. So like I was running very low on, natural, pain resistance by the time we got there. And in the soft fatty areas, like where I have a lot of nerves, it was excruciating. But Yeah, my hands, like, you know, where it's kind of bony, my knuckles, my elbow, my collarbones, and even places where the skin is more tight, like, you know, the wrist, and the whole arm here, and the elbow didn't really bother me, but the inner arm where it's like nice and soft, this did not feel good at all. And then the lower stomach, those places were the worst for me. Brittany says, I was an apprentice for a few years, and yeah, soft, fatty, I agree, is the worst. Bony is cake. Yeah, like, I'm glad I'm not the only one that feels that way. It's good to hear that I'm not alone in that, because it's like a lot of people, it's almost like some people don't believe me when I tell them that the elbow didn't hurt me, or, you know, it didn't feel good. Tattoos, you know, they're not, it's not going to feel great to have a, you know, small needle piercing your epidermis several times a second. But, you know, when I was getting the elbow done with what I had heard, I thought it was going to be like the worst experience ever. And I was like, this is nothing. Like the inner arm hurt more than that. But yeah, I figured out, you know, everybody's a little bit different. Like, when it comes to anatomy and physiology of like human bodies, everybody experiences things differently. People experience pain differently. People have a different number of nerve endings in different areas. You know, there's a lot of divergence and variety when it comes to the human form. So I always guess maybe my body just has less nerve endings, like in some of the bonier areas. But yeah, for me, the worst experience has always been the fatty areas. But if it's a place where the skin is tight or where it's bony, it hasn't been bad at all. My calf actually hurt the most for me, says Miss Aria. I had both my calves done, left and right. It wasn't too bad for me, but my calves are kind of tight. Like, there's, you know, I don't have much body fat there, so it wasn't too bad. Again, for me, it's like anywhere that's fatty, anywhere that's got like even a small layer of body fat seems to be the worst for me. Generally speaking, the areas that are less likely exposed to sun generally tend to be the most sensitive. Well, that would make sense. That would make sense. Maybe the people that have a lot of pain on the elbow then, maybe they're from colder climates where they wear long sleeves more often. And maybe since I grew up in the South where it was like always like very bright and sunny and I got a lot of sun on my elbows, maybe that's why the elbow wasn't too bad. I'm Knifefall said, I have zero pain tolerance. Fair. You know, before I had my surgery, when I was living with chronic pain and I still have the nerve issues, I think it's definitely put a different perspective in my head about what, you know, what I find painful. Meg says, that makes sense. I'm from rainy, cold UK part. From now, I'm currently being cooked in my room. Yeah, the heat wave right now is supposed to be pretty crazy. I'm glad it hadn't gotten too bad here yet. How would you say a person could know what their pain tolerance is? Really hard to say because everybody's different. I mean, when it comes to your pain tolerance, how much pain can you tolerate? That's really what it comes down to. So if you don't feel pain often, you know, if you haven't felt a lot of pain, like if you've never broken a bone or had a kidney stone or dealt with like any kind of traumatic injury, then pain can be very shocking to your body because you're not accustomed to it. But if you're unfortunate enough to have to live with chronic pain for a few years, where you have like nerve damage and your brain is constantly being told like you're in pain, you're in pain, you're in pain, your mind adjusts to it to where, you know, something that might make somebody else shriek could just make you buckle a little bit. So I would say when it comes to your pain tolerance, that's going to vary from person to person. And some people that haven't even been hurt before, their brains are just wired differently to where they have such mental fortitude that they can just block out pain in a way. Also, things like adrenaline play a major role. You know, like in war, if somebody is shot or they're hit with shrapnel, in the heat of the moment, a lot of people don't even realize they've been shot because the adrenaline is pumping. It's overriding that pain sensation. You'll know when you feel your body jolt, you know, from what people say. You'll have the suspicion you've been shot, but you don't feel the pain yet. It's not until the adrenaline wears off when you realize, oh, okay, I've been shot. Now it hurts like hell. So even, somebody that's well aware of their pain tolerance, their tolerance can shift based on the scenario they're involved in. So, if you're in a car accident and you're fighting for your life and you're panicking or your adrenaline is spiked, it can override your pain sensation, and you might be able to pull yourself out of a burning vehicle rather than, remain there screaming in pain. It's crazy what the human body is capable of. But as far as knowing what your pain tolerance is, it's hard to know unless, you have something to measure it against. So, if something happens to you, like you break your arm, and you're like, yeah, it doesn't feel too good, but I can deal with it, then you probably have a pretty high pain tolerance. If you break your arm and you're sitting there screaming for like 2 hours and hyperventilating and you pass out, well, then you probably don't have as high of a pain tolerance as that other person that just shrugged it off, So yeah, it just depends. Everybody's a bit different. The first time I had kidney stones, they told me in the ER that I handle better than most. And it's true. I have had kidney stones multiple times, and I've seen shows where, people have told me that. And yeah, my dad was all like on the floor, writhing in pain. And it's never been that painful for me, so could have indication that I have a really high pain tolerance, or maybe mid. I wouldn't say that's an indication that you have a high pain tolerance, because comparing your kidney stones to somebody else's, here's the thing. Kidney stones vary in size and shape. Some kidney stones are like spiky little balls, and some can be way more painful than others. Some people don't even have to go to the ER for kidney stones. They just pass them, and they'll feel minor discomfort. It depends on the size of the kidney stone and the scope of the kidney stone. And it also depends on, your nervous system around those areas. You may just have less nerves or less sensation in that region than somebody else. It doesn't necessarily mean you have a high pain tolerance because there's a certain painful thing that didn't bother you as much, if that makes sense. I've only had kidney stone one time, and yeah, the pain was pretty bad. At first, I thought it was back pain, because, my lower back is where I had my surgery, and I thought something was wrong with my back. But then I found out it was a kidney stone, and it was terribly excruciating. Like, I was nauseous. Like, I couldn't think about anything else other than the pain. But there's other people, it all depends on the size of the kidney stone and where it is in the body. So, yeah, it just depends. I hate needles too, but getting my tattoos were not the same as having an IV. Well, yeah, when it comes to a tattoo machine, essentially, they're tiny, they're small needles, but they don't pierce the epidermis. They don't go under the epidermis. That's the difference between, it's always funny. My dad was like, for somebody that really dislikes shots, you sure are fond of tattoos. You dislike needles, but you're fond of tattoos. But there's a big difference, when it comes to a tattoo machine, it is a very small needle or set of needles. Like if they're doing shading, and there's different gradients to them too, like some are thicker, some are thinner. And there's like multiple small needles for shading. And then if you're doing line work, it's usually one larger needle, but it doesn't go as deep as a shot or an injection. So I think that's the big difference. Like that's the big difference between a shot, like an injection, versus a tattoo machine, right? The needles are much smaller on a tattoo machine, and they're not going to pierce under the epidermis. They're not going to go that deep. They go surface level. They pierce the first couple of layers of the epidermis, I think, and that's about it. Alex Ray Fox, they typically don't like calling them tattoo guns. Most of the tattoo artists I know prefer to call them tattoo machines. I don't know why, but apparently that's a big thing. And what we're talking about, Alex, with a tattoo machine is at the tip of the machine. What actually touches your skin. That's where the needles are. I think you may be confused about like what I'm explaining here. So, you know, you said tattoo guns don't actually look like needles. It looks like a gun or a big pin. We're talking about the tip of the machine itself. That's where the needles are. That's what they dip into the ink, and that's what goes through your skin. The tattoo machine itself is not going to go into your skin. Just the needles they attach at the end of the machine go through your skin, and then they're thrown away afterwards because they can't use them on multiple people, right? Because that's a biological hazard. So, yeah, the needles I'm referring to are attached to the machine. You've broken your ankle 6 times. I've had 6 broken ankles. The last one was a compound fracture. The 911 operator and the ER people didn't believe it until they saw, because I was so calm and saying I wasn't in much pain. Somebody needs a Dreamlight Daddy tattoo. No, I don't think I do. I wouldn't want that tattoo, to be honest. How do you get the floating memory from your inside out weather snap? Oh, that's just an item. That's just an item. It's in your Inside Out tab if you have Joy and Eve. Sorry, Joy and Sadness. So if you go to your Inside Out filter here, we go to Riley's head. You're going to find the memory viewer. You'll unlock this memory viewer as you progress in their friendship quest. But that's what was in that Inside Out snap. It's just these. They're really good in a bunch of different snaps, actually. These are really great to use for all kinds of different scenes. But then when it comes to the memory, the annoying thing is you got to sit here and press A every time. And I hate this because to get to a good memory, you got to sit here and spam the A button like so many times. I wish clicking on this would instead open up all of your memories and let you just pick one. It would be so much better that way. But yeah, I like using these. I have them here too. In my Pluto Dream Snap for Pals with Pauls, we have one Inside Out memory viewer here and one Inside Out memory viewer here. And we have the Pluto dog tag memory that we got when we unlocked Pluto. But yeah, you can use that if you want to have some cool memories in your Dream Snap. Is it true that the epidural is not a shot, but a needle that stays in your back all the time? Wait, no, I've had epidural, though. And mine was a shot. Because Hope said correct, but I had an epidural. Before I was able to get my surgery, I had to do spinal injections once every 3 to 4 months where they were injecting steroids into my lower lumbar. Horrible experience, by the way. 0 of 10. Would never recommend. But it can save you from needing surgery if you do it early enough. It was too late for me, though. But essentially, before they would inject the steroids, they would have to do an epidural. And the epidural would basically just completely numb everything. And I wouldn't be able to walk for, like, usually 8 hours afterwards. Because getting the epidural and numbing my whole lower back, like, my legs just were like jello afterwards. And then they would inject steroids after the epidural. During labor, it stays in. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, but an epidural... Beach Lighting says, incorrect. Epidurals are not a needle that stays in. When you have one for labor or surgery, it's a catheter that stays in, similar to an IV. Gotcha. Okay, thank you for clarifying. Yeah, I was confused because I saw people saying that an epidural stays in, and I was like, wait a minute, I've had epidurals, and I've never... mine was just a shot. What makes an epidural, beach lighting? Is it like what determines it then, out of curiosity? Like, what's the definition? I work in labor and delivery. Oh, gotcha. Pinoy says, are you still doing Twitch drops? Did they end today, guys? Is the first campaign over? Yeah, they ended today. Or, I mean, they ended last night. We streamed them for pretty much most of the thing. They ended early? Oh, did they? Yes, today at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. Mama Dukes says, I still haven't got mine. Oh, did you claim it, Mama Dukes? So, this is what I had to do for mine. Real quick, for anybody that claimed their drops but didn't have them show up in their mailbox, I had the same issue. This is the first time I've had this issue. I've got all the other drops, but I got my... I went to my Twitch inventory, I claimed my Eeyore ears, and they never showed up in my game. And I had to wait, like, I waited a few days, and they still hadn't showed up, and I was like, okay. So what you can do is you can go to the Twitch drops page here. What I did was I signed out of Twitch. I unlinked these accounts. And you want to close your Dreamlight Valley game before you do this, by the way, just so it registers. So save your game, return to the main menu, then quit your game. Then you come to this Twitch drop section where we linked these two, and you unlink the accounts. And then once it's unlinked, give it about 10 seconds, and then relink your accounts. What's happening if you've claimed your Twitch drop on Twitch, but it hasn't shown up in Dreamlight Valley, that's just an API issue. So when it comes to the communication between Twitch and Gameloft, it's not really, or Dreamlight Valley, it's not really either one of their faults. API would be an application programming interface, and it's how two platforms communicate with one another. And sometimes there's an issue where they're unable to communicate. The easiest way to fix that is just by disconnecting and reconnecting. So Mama Dukes, if you haven't got your ears in your game, I'm sure you've already claimed them on Twitch. Close Dreamlight Valley, save the game, go to the main menu, then quit, then come here and unlink these two accounts. Give it about 10 seconds, and then relink the two accounts, and then reopen your game, and you should have them. It worked for me. First time I did that, it was fine. I got my Twitch drops in. And again, it had been... I'd claimed the Twitch drops like 3 days before. I'd restart my game multiple times because I'd been, ending the stream and coming back and playing and, playing Dream Valley in several sessions. It wasn't until I refreshed the link and fixed the API that they came in. So, yeah, for anybody here that claimed your Twitch drops, but for whatever reason they didn't show up in your mailbox, keep in mind this is something... not just with Dreamlight Valley, but with drops in general that you can always do if they're not registering your game. You can just unlink and relink those accounts, and that'll usually fix it. Now, I know the drop campaign is done right now, so hopefully it'll still count. Since you claim them on Twitch, even though the campaign is over, Mama Dukes, it should still show up because you should have... as long as you claim them on Twitch, you should still be able to get them in Dreamlight Valley, even though the campaign is over, because you've already watched the duration, you've done everything you need to. Right now, the drops are likely pending in your Twitch inventory. They're just sitting there. So if you relink, it'll reestablish the connection between your Twitch and your Dreamlight Valley account, and then Dreamlight Valley will recognize, oh, this person has the drops, let's put them in the mailbox. And you should be good. And that goes for anybody else that's having that issue. This is the Google definition of an epidural. An epidural is a regional nerve blocking procedure that delivers medication into the space surrounding your spinal cord. It is primarily used to relieve pain or provide anesthesia to the lower half of the body. Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured it was something along those lines, because the only time I've ever had an epidural, or times, because I had to do this multiple times, were when I was getting those steroid injections in L4 and L5, the lower lumbar. And that was just because, you know, I was, at the time, I was living in chronic pain, and I had to go to a center for pain management. They had me on a lot of different medications to try to manage it. And then, you know, they wanted to see if, instead of surgery, if I could be made better with steroids. But apparently, without an epidural, injecting steroids directly into the area where your sciatic nerve is like excruciatingly painful. So they would do the epidural. But even that hurt. Like, and I hate the sensation as well, like, of foreign fluid, like, going into, like, my spinal cavity. It makes me shudder to think about how that felt. Katie, it's legal in my area, the green stuff. But that doesn't really work for nerve pain. See, and I love that stuff, by the way. The green stuff you're referring to, right? Like, I have edibles here. It's legal here. It's wonderful, but sadly, it's not the best option for me when it comes to THC. It can be really good for aching pain, like, you know, if your muscles are sore or your back is a little sore. But if you have nerve pain or nerve damage, one thing THC also does is it can increase certain sensations. You know, can make certain things feel really good, like, you know, nestling into your couch, or, you know, hugging your partner, you know, whatever it may be. So some nerve sensations, THC actually heightens. So in my case, and this sucks for me because I love the green stuff, if I'm experiencing nerve pain, it always makes it worse, which sucks. You know, it really sucks. Now, if I'm just having some light body aches, it does help. But if I'm having, you know, if my sciatic nerve is acting up and I'm experiencing any form of, like, you know, nerve pain, it always actually heightens the pain. And yeah, it's kind of sad because, you know, I don't like drinking. Never, you know, not really into alcohol. And I do like THC for, like, relaxation. It helps me sleep. But sometimes, you know, when I take it, if I'm having nerve pain, I can't, like, even though it makes me super sleepy, I'll have a really hard time falling asleep because it just makes some of the pain worse. It sucks. Lilu says the green stuff gives me panic attacks. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there that can't really use it because, you know, one of the known side effects for both indica and sativa would be, you know, it can heighten anxiety in certain people. So if you're somebody that deals with anxiety, yeah, it can make it worse. So definitely not for everybody. You know, everybody's a bit different. I'm 55. I worked at Burger King when I was 16. I have lifelong sciatica, says Melissa. Yeah, I've been dealing with it myself since like my early to mid 20s. Senpai, when possible, can you teach us the snippet trick you talked about yesterday? Snippet trick. Can you specify? What was the snippet trick? I don't remember. I don't remember what it was. Anyway, we also got to talk about Dreamsnap results, and then we got to start building some example scenes. We've been rambling on about health and tattoos, and yeah, we got way off topic here. My bad. Oh my god, I never realized why I ended up having to take extra ibuprofen after the green stuff. It helps my muscles, but yeah, sometimes makes the nerve pain worse. Yes, absolutely can. And again, everybody's a little bit different, so maybe it's not like that for everybody, but it's definitely like that for me. Oh, the cool effect. The blue mist. Right. Yeah, so, you know, when you swing your snippet like this, you get this blue mist effect. And we saw this in a Dreamsnap, and I was telling you guys you can do this with your camera. I'm trying to remember how to do it. Do I have to open furniture mode when I do it? Is that how it works? Or... do you guys remember how to do this? I haven't done this in forever. I forgot how to do the snippet mist trick. I know it still works. But I haven't done this in forever. But there's a way to get this blue mist to show up in your camera. I know there's something you got to do to make it work. I'm sure one of you guys knows. So my game has pretty good graphics, but my Dreamsnaps never have good quality. Yours have. Is there a way to improve the quality? Do the snippet net and hit F while doing it, then go into camera mode. Oh, that's what I forgot. Yeah, I already did the F part. I already did this. But then I forgot how to... And then when you exit, yeah, she does it, so we know it's on. I just forgot how to get it to come on in the camera mode. So that's what I was supposed to do. Hide the avatar and bring the avatar back. So avatar visible, avatar back. There we go. There it is. Thank you, Casey. Thank you. Yeah, you remembered. You remembered. Yeah, I forgot about that. But yeah, you can get a pretty cool effect from that. Do the snippet. Yeah. And then what was, would this week be a good time to introduce a new theme? Lion King, Cinnabaria. I mean, yeah, if Lion King ties into your childhood memories, why not, you know? Facebook Gamer said, I love when Twitch streams go random. Combo. Yeah, it happens a lot here. The ADHD takes control sometimes. We get off topic very quickly. Taters have a Dreamsnap question. I was wondering what sort of thing people use as walls when you're outdoors, but want to give the illusion of being in a room. Typically, bookshelves are probably one of the most common things to be used. There's some really tall bookshelves that can work really well. There's white ones. There's dark brown ones. There's also these wood beam poles that are very common for those builds. So there's these big wood beams that you can put right next to each other, and you can make a wall of those. A lot of neat things you can do for that. Nurse said my favorite would be the wood beams. Yeah, wood beams are good. Yes, I love Lion King, and the movies are my childhood memories. Thank you. Yeah, you can absolutely do that. I think Lion King would be good to do. Knifefall said I might do Toy Story because of the new items. Yeah, I think that's the direction a lot of people will move in. Toy Story is a pretty safe direction. The challenge mentions Buzz. There's a lot of Toy Story stuff in the shop this week. So, you know, and toys go directly with childhood. But, I mean, really, you can do whatever ties into your childhood, whatever childhood memory you want to do. My biggest recommendation would be to make sure you highlight the key words of the theme being, like, playful and, you know, really making it feel like, you know, childish in a way, if that makes sense. Alex Ray Fox says, are we sure they didn't just have snippet lures right off camera? No, that's not what was in the picture, Alex. I don't know if you were here. This is what was in the picture. They had blue mist throughout the whole base of the photo. That snippet lures don't do this. That's not a snippet lure thing. So if you look at the photo, they had blue mist all across the base. That's done with this trick. It's a very common trick ever since we got Storybook Veil, people figured this trick out like probably about a month in, and we've seen it in several snaps. Haven't seen it in a while though. It's been a while since you know, I've seen it used. I mean, you can do some pretty cool stuff with this, to be honest. Let's get really close. Not that close. Yeah, this is what they had at the base of their scene. There was another question I think somebody had. Oh yeah, Knifefall and Beyblade had a good response here. So Knifefall said, Senpai, my game has pretty good graphics, but my Dreamsnaps never have the good quality that yours have. Is there any way to improve the quality? Beyblade said it really depends on the graphics of your system. So Knifefall, it's really going to depend on what... If you're on PC, so when I make my Dreamsnaps, what I typically do, Right now, because I'm streaming, I'm just set in high graphics. So my picture is going to look, you know, like this with high graphics. But if I go into my settings, like when I'm not streaming, I usually crank it up even higher. I just don't want, you know, my room getting hot. And if I set everything at ultra, my PC pumps out a lot of heat. But now we're on ultra settings. Now, you might not be able to tell the difference because on the Twitch stream, it's not going to, you know, the Twitch stream broadcast is in 2K. So it looks a lot better from my perspective, but maybe not from yours. But typically for my photo, this doesn't look too different from high graphics. But if you're on PC, again, you know, the graphics you're using when you take your snap are going to impact it. Like if I go to low graphics and I take it, oh my god, that just made my whole game lag for a second. And I take my Dreamsnap in low graphics here, then, you know, my Dreamsnap is going to look like this. It's going to be very different. And also in low graphics, I don't get any sliders. There's no saturation. There's no focus. There's no highlight. Low graphics is like, okay, here you go. You get time of day, and that's it. So, oh, thank you. Girl Ryan coming in with the sub. Thank you, my friend. Welcome to the Inner Circle. Greatly appreciate that. Very kind of you. Also, Taylor with the follow over on Twitch. Thank you, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Or no, not follow, but a hello. Welcome, welcome. Also, Girl Ryan, thank you again for the very generous super chat last night. I was thinking about that for in the stream because we'd already hit our goal for the day, and that was so nice of you. So thank you, thank you. Now you're in the member family as well. If you ever want to participate in the Snap reviews, just let us know. If you join our Discord, we have there's a section there that says how to get reviews. If you ever want to participate, you don't have to, but as a member, you get one of those options there. Girl Ryan also said, I just want to say that I have found you to be very upstanding, kind, and caring person. I find it admirable how you present yourself with style and grace in all of your videos. It's so refreshing. Oh, thank you. That's so sweet. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Well, it's very nice to feel appreciated. So those words mean quite a bit. Thank you very much, my friend. Very, very kind. Dumpling Bell says hi. Hope you're well. Amanda, thank you for the 200 bits as well. Very kind. Very kind. Lil Jim says, hey, I'm new here. Got so many good tips from your stream yesterday that helped me improve my Dreamsnap, so thank you. Nice, let's go. I hope you get 4K, my friend. Speaking of which, we got to talk about Dreamsnap results, and I got to fix my graphics because this is bothering me now. Oh, God, it set everything to low. Okay, let's just go back to high. So Nightfall, my first question, if you're trying to get your snaps to have, like, you know, because you said your graphics look good, but your snaps don't look the same as mine. Keep in mind, Nightfall, one of the most important things to getting your snap to look a certain way would be your camera settings. So if you're already playing in high graphics, setting your graphics to ultra isn't going to make that big of a difference. But what will make a big difference will be how you adjust these settings. And really learning these settings and getting a good understanding of the foundation of this camera tool is going to be a pretty big piece of the puzzle when it comes to getting your photos to, you know, have a great beauty factor. Like, for example, you might not be able to tell, but I actually forgot to change this back to ultra settings. So this is the same settings as the, you know, this is in ultra and this is in ultra, but this is in high and they look almost the same. So it's not really my graphic presets that's making it look good, but it does make a difference, you know, getting your graphic presets set up in a certain way. But I would say the most impactful thing to making sure your Dreamsnaps look very crisp and clear, one thing I would be sure of is focus. So, you know, when you don't adjust focus, the background is automatically going to be blurry. So I usually start with focus, unless you want the background blurry. After that, if it's sunset, like right now, you don't need a lot more saturation, but I usually like to add some just to make the picture more vibrant. At sunset, I typically only add 0.2 or 0.3 to the saturation. But look at the difference here versus here. Now when we go back to regular, it almost looks gray. It almost looks like, you know, it always feels weird to me going back to base saturation after increasing it. Now, of course, you can take that way too high. Now, it's just like, overwhelming and the skin looks red. We can't really see the details on the avatar. But for sunset, a good 0.3 or 0.2 saturation is going to make your colors very vibrant and very crisp. And I definitely recommend that. So focus and saturation. And then the last thing I would be very mindful of is highlight. So even though we have plenty of light in this photo, let's say we wanted it to be a little bit brighter, you know, to really play up those saturation colors that we have now, we can just dial up the highlight to like 0.2 or even 0.1. Now, in sunset time of day, you really don't need much. You know, if you go up to like all the way, or even if you go to like, you know, 0.6 or 0.7, that's a lot. But just taking the highlight to like 0.1 or 0.2, it adds a tiny bit of extra light to the entire scene. So that's typically how I build a lot of my photos. And then to get the lights to be a little bit less blurry, you can also go to light bloom and set light bloom to 1%. And the lights will look a little bit more crisp as well, unless you want them to glow. So when light bloom's at 0%, it's actually on its default setting. When it's at 1%, it's off. And those are all the things I use to like refine my photo a little bit more. So if you're already on high graphic settings and your photos aren't coming out, you know, quite like this or this or this, that's usually what I'm using. So, you know, we've used 2% focus here. This one, I think, has a heavier saturation boost than normal because I really wanted to play up the green. I think it's actually around like 0.3 or 0.4. And the other thing is vignette. So, you see how bright the corners are? How the corners aren't dark? Here's something interesting with the camera. When your camera is open, vignette is actually on by default, even though it says 0. So, vignette says 0 right now, but if we take vignette to -1, that's true 0. So when you hit -1 on your vignette border, it actually removes this vignette border. So there's always a vignette border on by default, and a lot of people don't know that. So that's another thing that some, you know, Dreamsnaps players will do. You know, if you know, their corners feel too dark or they want to bring more color and life into their scene, you know, adjusting your vignette could be a great way to go about that. But yeah, those are the main controls I use when it comes to trying to get my photos to look really good in the voting phase. Yeah, Nightfall, I really like vignette right around -20 because it's about half as strong. It's still noticeable, but it's like not as powerful. That's usually my go-to is right around -20, but -10 can be good too. But yeah, on -10, I usually can't tell enough of a difference. Like, it feels just like -1 to me. But when you hit -20, you start to see some of that shade come back. I start noticing the shade right around 15. And if you go from 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, you see it get a tiny bit darker each time. But I can't see much of a change in the... You can see a little bit. But yeah, I like -20, unless I just don't want a vignette at all. And then I'll do -1. Oh, the +10. I rarely use the positive because I usually have very bright things in my foreground corners, and it makes them too bright. But yeah, even for +10... So that's 1. And that's 10. Yeah, it feels the same to me. But if we go to +20, I can start to notice it. I'm confused about the difference going negative or positive. Positive sunshine adds a brighter vignette. Negative is the traditional dark vignette. So if you go all the way negative, you'll notice the vignette border gets really dark. If you go all the way positive, you'll notice the outside of the frame starts getting really bright. So the lights up here, the corners, the edges, pretty much the whole surrounding frame gets brighter if you go up with your vignette. But the center stays roughly the same, you know, kind of lighting. It also enhances light bloom a little bit, I've noticed. Like here, we don't see any bloom on these lights, whereas here we see a lot of bloom. But yeah, it's sort of going in the opposite direction. So for negative vignette, you're going to increase that dark border. For positive, you're going to brighten the edges of the frame. So negative is better than positive. This whole time I'm using positive. No, one is not better than the other. It depends on the photo, you know? They do very different things. I wouldn't say one is better than the other. I typically like using negative in most cases because in a lot of my scenes, for example, if we look at legendary moments, you know, I have shining, you know, some shiny gems here. I have pixie dust. I have these gold plants. That's a lot of brightness in the corner here. And if I do no vignette border, like if I go +1 or -1, then this dark border is removed. And then these corners will be way too bright. But if I go -20, like this, I still get a little bit of shade to kind of mask these bright colors while being able to see these corners better. So if you have very bright items in your corners, like for Forested Book Nook, you know, I have candles right in the corners. If I do a positive vignette, these candles will get way too bright, and we won't get as much good color in the scene. Like these reds would be overshadowed by all this white light. So negative would be nice here because I have glowing items in the corners because we can tame them a little bit. But if I have very, like, let's say I have shadows in my corners and it's very dark, or if we look at this snap, right? The trees in my corner, these aren't putting off any light, you know, but they have a nice shade of green. If I have the vignette border on, you're not going to see much of that green. It's just going to be a dark, shadowy plant. But by either removing the vignette border or going positive with it, I can brighten these corners. I don't really bother with aperture, Lilu, because you're going to get pretty much everything you need from aperture. You're going to get from focus. So, I've always been under the impression that the aperture slider is broken. So, here's the thing. Let's close my camera and let's reopen it. We're not going to adjust focus here. If I touch aperture, it's going to remove the blur on these items. But what aperture is supposed to do in photography is... Aperture is a... Okay, I'm going to give you the actual definition breakdown here. Aperture is the adjustable opening inside a camera lens that controls the amount of light reaching the camera sensor. Often compared to the pupil of the human eye, it dictates both brightness of your image and depth of field. So when it comes to depth of field, that means, you know, the background can be more blurry, but it also affects light. But if we go here, and, you know, we see a very blurry background here. If we go down to aperture, as soon as I pass 2%, it doesn't do anything until I hit 100%. And then at 100%, it just goes back to normal. So I think it's broken. Because at 1%, yeah, at 100%, it just basically adds the regular blur. And... if you change it past 0, it just removes the blur. That's all it does. So now there's no blur. And if we go all the way up with it, now the blur comes back. So I've had a suspicion that this has been broken. And I think a big red flag is the fact that there's no change in this image from 2% all the way to 98%. There's no difference. nothing changes. So I would say the better slider to use is focus. Because if you send focus all the way up, it actually moves the blur way closer to you. And it makes, you know, look at how much more of the image is blurry now. Even the dog is blurry when he was over here. Only things in, like, this zone right here are going to be in focus. And everything else will be blurry. So yeah, I don't even bother with aperture. Now, if I set focus at 100%, which makes things really blurry, and I set aperture at 100%, I can even make I can make literally everything blurry. So by combining the two, you can do some neat stuff, I guess. But yeah, aperture is supposed to, you know, have sway on how much light comes in. And it's also supposed to really affect the depth of field, but it looks like only focus is doing that. So that's why I think aperture has been broken for a long time now. And they just haven't really fixed it. So I never mess with it. I only use focus. Because focus is going to give better depth of field. Unless for some weird reason, you just want your avatar to be blurry. Then I guess you could use it, you know. Like if you want to look like you're playing without your glasses on, then, you know, this could be a good option. Maybe they'll fix it at some point because it would be really, really cool if we did have a slider that adjusted depth of field. Like, imagine if as we adjusted aperture, the blur slowly moved up the scene, you know? It would be pretty cool. But yeah, that's why I always tell people it's one of the sliders I don't bother with, because it's never really worked for whatever reason. Hi, this is a random question, but are Disney drops still active? We had drops, and we will have the next round of drops that are coming. We are one of the partnered creators, Luciferi, but unfortunately, the drops ended today at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. So the drop campaign is over. Now, if you have watched enough of a stream to claim your drop, I think you can still claim it if it's in your Twitch inventory. But yeah, do we have dates for the next drops? Yeah, we do. Our next set of drops will be starting in 13 days, 15 hours, and 54 minutes. It'll be 10 a.m. EDT, July 15th to 10 a.m. EDT, 10 a.m. EDT, July 8th to 10 a.m. EDT, July 15th. Vox, for some reason, it didn't want to accept your cheer. It didn't want to accept it for whatever reason. I don't know why. But thank you, Vox. Thank you. All right, well, let's go over your Dreamsnap results, you guys. We've been getting way off topic, and we're already, I think, 2/3 the way through the stream. And I still need to build example scenes. So I might end up streaming a little bit longer. But I was hoping to do a regular length stream today because, you know, I streamed on my day off because we had so many Snap reviews. And then Monday and Tuesday, we ended up streaming way over time because we had so many snaps to review this week, which is awesome. But I was hoping for a normal size stream today, but I don't think that'll be in the cards because I think we're gonna have to, because I still need to make those example scenes for you guys. But we have not yet talked about your Snap results. So let's take a look at your Kingdom of Beauty submissions. It's that time. All right. FaceMake said we just have fun chatting. Yeah, to be fair, since we reviewed snaps Friday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, I haven't really been able to chat with you guys. So since I've actually been able to read the chat today instead of just reviewing snaps all day, it's been nice because I've been able to actually like chit-chat with all of you guys today. Yeah, I got the orange frog in my Dreamsnap chest, actually. You got signed up for overtime today again, didn't you? I'm in Eastern time, Dan. I'm in Eastern time as well. Gabrielle said, thank you for inspiring my Dreamsnap. I got rank 8:15. Let's go. I didn't get a review, but I do take your advice always, or anyways. I used to get 4K, but now the grind is much better attention to details on top. Nice to hear, Gabrielle. Very happy you've been getting the results that you deserve. That is awesome. Amanda, thank you for the 45. Much appreciated, much appreciated. We are approaching halfway on the goal. If you guys are enjoying the content before we get into these snap reviews, we are, I think, 4 goals away from 200 goals in a row. We've hit the last 196 stream goals consecutively. Yesterday, we hit the big 196. Today is big 197. We're at 1,500 out of 5,000. If you are interested at all, again, no pressure. And if we do miss the goal, it's not the end of the world. Every day is a new record right now, so it's got to come. The streak's got to come to a stop at some point. But if you are feeling inclined to support the content, you can do so by typing !tip, !donate, or you can send super chats or bits. All of those things help with the goal. And thank you for the previous 196 goals. I mean, I said the bird on the hand was a nice choice. I do like it. I love the little sunbird here. I think that came in really nice. I was lucky to capture that. It wasn't part of the plan. It was just flying by my head. And yeah, I really love the way the avatar looked here too. But yeah, from what I've seen, you guys did very well here. Silver Tab got ranked 12, so great job here from Silver Tab. Cynthia Russell here, rank 1059. Pretty much, I would say like 95% or 90% of the snaps shared on this post are all 4K. It's crazy to me how many 4K snaps we have in this community. Holly here, rank 4,372. Da-da-da! Thank you for the 100 bits. Feed Ashley, please. Maybe. We'll see. Holly here, rank 413. Very nice. Holly said, I'm surprised because I didn't think this was very good. There's so many incredible snaps out there. I don't know why you'd feel that way. I think it's good. You know, it is good. There were a lot of incredible snaps out there, but, you know, they're all in the I feel like they're all in the 4K range as well. At the end of the day, there's like you know, over 8,000 people got 4K this week. A lot of submissions. So you'll always see a lot of really good photos. Just keep in mind that there's room for yours and theirs, you know. Silver Tap, thank you for the 100 bits. Very kind of you. Big thanks for all the advice. You're very welcome, my friend. Congrats on another new record. Next stop, breaking the top 10. Dark Lady said I got my first 4K. Congratulations, Dark Lady. Congratulations. That's awesome. And I thought I didn't submit. So you went from thinking you forgot to submit to getting 4,000 moonstones. Very nice, very nice. Beautiful submission here. Nice little lovebird. It's got 124. And this is what I mean with the meta when we're reviewing Dream Snaps. We talk about, you know, these very popular plays within the meta. So, for example, you know, the camera close to the avatar, the very strong lighting, the very vivid colors. This is 4K. I know Brianna here, this is 2,500, which is good. And they acknowledged in their comment, they said, I know I need to work on lighting, but this got me 2,500. And that's what I mean by the meta. You know, this is off meta because it doesn't have that strong lighting that we talk about. And we're also not as close to the avatar as many of these 4K photos. So off meta and slightly out of 4K, but very close. On meta, 4K. You know, camera's close to the avatar. Sun is behind the camera. Very strong lighting in the scene. Vivid colors. Good villager presence. And yeah, if any of you guys here did not get 4K, if there's anybody here that did not receive 4K, and I reviewed your snap, let me know, and we can take a look at it and see what you can do differently next time. Lady CIA said, do you mind explaining the ranking of snaps? I'm confused. I don't mind at all. I can definitely explain how things work, but could you specify, like, where's the confusion exactly for you? Like, what would you like to know? I guess is what I'm getting at. Because yeah, I can definitely help break things down for you. Some people get confused because some people can have matching ranks. Like, you can have multiple people with rank 524. Some people get confused because... Yo, thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Thanks
there we go.
For all your overtime.
It was Dekai. I gotta make that bigger so I can see it next time. There we go. Dekai, thank you so much, my friend, coming in with the $10 dono. Very nice of you. We are now officially over halfway on the goal. 2737 on the board. Thank you, my friend. 2737. Goal, was it 197 today? No, bro. Let's go. All right. But yeah, lady, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about ranking. Lisa here, top 1,000 submission. Again, sun behind the camera. We're pretty close to the avatar here. Lots of good villager presence. This one here, ranked 2,500, or sorry, 2,500 moonstones, ranked 10,000. I seem to be flipping every other week between 25 and 4,000 moonstones. Of course, I did my daughter's, and she got 4,000 moonstones. I would say for this one, you know, using the seaside buildings instead of castles, since it was a Kingdom of Beauty, if you pop up against scenes that have castles, that could potentially be hard to beat. It's a beautiful scene. You have good lighting. My other recommendation for you, Denise, if you happen to be watching, is if you ever want to pose with a fox, you don't have to shy away from still showing off the avatar. There's actually a way where you can do the fox pose and still get a beautiful view of the avatar. There's a little camera trick you can use. So in yours, you know, you have the camera pushed up, but, you know, you're down on the ground here. Whereas if we come right here and we crouch and then we push the camera back, now the camera's on the ground and we can sit with the fox right down here. And this could be a great way to still showcase the avatar really well. The other thing is when you use the fox pose, I would not face straight forward because it's not the most flattering angle for the avatar looking down the bridge of the nose. If you turn slightly left and then do the fox pose, you actually get more of a side profile. You can see the color of the eye, which can work really good. So we're going to do this here. So now we're doing the fox pose. And we're on the ground with the fox. We can see the avatar really well. We get to see the color of her eyes. We're not looking down the bridge of her nose anymore. We can see her smile. Whereas if you're looking in this angle, it's not a very flattering angle of the avatar. So that slight tilt can make a big difference. So yeah, it can be tricky with the fox pose there. Are there any other sitting poses besides the fox or the robot? Yeah, the squirrel. The squirrel is kind of crouched. Lady CI says, how can you tell the difference between how many people voted and where you ranked? How can you tell the difference between how many people voted? I'm not sure I understand the question. There is no way to know how many people voted. Now, where you ranked, it just tells you that. You know, like when you look at your results, it'll tell you what your rank is. And you know who gets more votes because that's the only thing that determines rank. Does that make sense? So the rank 1 photo got more votes than any other photo. The rank 2 photo got the second most votes. The rank 3 photo got the third most. Results in Dreamsnap ranking are entirely determined by votes. So whichever photo gets, you know, the most votes is going to perform the best. And everybody that gets 4,000 moonstones is in the top 4% of all Dreamsnaps. So they got more votes than 96% of the player base. So Now, as far as, you said, how can you tell the difference between how many people voted and where you ranked? There is no way to know the exact number of the people that voted. There's no, way to look that up. But we do know for a fact that when it comes to Dreamsnap performance, it's entirely decided by voting. So if we look at our Dreamsnap results here, we'll know that a snap that got ranked 703 received more votes than a snap that got ranked 5,000. Now, keep in mind, that doesn't mean the snap that got more votes is automatically better. That's not how Dreamsnaps works. What you have to keep in mind with Dreamsnaps is that there is a chaotic element to this. Within Dreamsnaps, you have no control over what kind of photo you pop up against. So I've been in the top 3 a couple of times. That doesn't mean my Dreamsnap was one of the best in the whole world. That doesn't mean that, my Dreamsnap is better than everybody else's. It only means I got more votes. So if I pop up against a photo that's just a random selfie and I win the vote, great. If I do that 1,000 times and I keep popping up against random selfies, I can find myself all the way up in the top 3. So that's why you see a lot of fluctuation in quality in the higher ranks. There's not a lot. Most of what you see is really good. But some snaps can slip in there. Anybody that does the theme can end up in 4K if they get lucky enough. If they pop up against random selfies, random quest photos, anybody can end up in the top ranks. In fact, we've seen it in a few previous challenges. We've seen photos in the top 3 that were nearly empty photos. There's one that I always turn to as an example. It was from Coziness Beyond the Stars. It was a challenge we had to play up like a Naboo Star Wars villa. And the rank 2 photo that week was an empty room with like 4 items in it. And everybody was so confused. They were like, how could that be rank 2? Everybody was like, freaking out about it. But if you understand how voting works and how Dreamsnaps works, that can always happen. That can happen any challenge. Some weeks, even a low effort Dreamsnap, if they're really fortunate, they could pop up against nothing but random selfies, and they're going to win the vote because they actually did the theme. They at least did the theme. So as long as you do the theme, you might end up in 4K. But if you're not putting in much effort, if you're not playing up the meta, if you don't have good lighting, if you're not playing competitively by using villagers or, telling a story or using a good pose, well, it's going to be hard to beat the talented snaps. So for you to get 4K, you would kind of have to rely on being paired up against random selfies and random quest photos. You don't want to rely on that. The best way to approach snaps is to build your snap under the assumption that you will be popping up against snaps like these. That way you can compete with them. Now, most of the snaps are not this good. This is the top 4% of the player base. Most of what you're going to pop up against during the voting phase is going to be, photos with a good bit less effort, random selfies, random quest photos. But as photos start to get more votes, they will pop up against other photos getting more votes. That's why if you vote later in the week, like if you vote on a Tuesday or a Monday night or even on the weekend, you're very likely to see good photos versus other good photos because the algorithm has figured out like, okay, this person's getting a lot of votes, this person's getting a lot of votes. Now those pictures start to pop up against each other, and that's how they determine who climbs up to rank 1. If you're lucky, you'll get matched up against other photos that are still low effort that managed to slip in a lot of votes because they were popping up against random selfies. But that's why there's so much fluctuation. And that's also why you should never assume your snap is bad or better than everyone else based on your rank. even when, all the times I've been in the top 100, the times I've been in the top 5, I've never looked at that and said, I'm better than everybody. My snap is the best. No. I got more votes. That's it. That's, I popped up against things I was able to beat, and it's all over the place. It's all over the place when, you get those results, because you have no control over what kind of opponent you're going to pop up against. And you also have no control over what kind of voter you will receive. Maybe you'll get a little kid, and the little kid is like, wow, this picture's really pretty, but this one has a birdie. I'm going to vote for the birdie. You can't control that. So, I wouldn't say that, Rosebud Girl. I wouldn't say so much of it is luck, because if that was the case, nobody would be consistently getting 4K. Nobody would consistently, I wouldn't, if it was just luck, then Mama Dukes and Beyblade, or even if so much of it was luck, Mama Dukes, Beyblade, and others, and myself would not get 4K nonstop, right? The reason we do is because we always tend to build photos that the voters gravitate towards. We understand what a lot of the voters like, and we always play competitively with our builds. So when it comes to landing in 4K, with just skill, you can do it. No luck required to land in 4K. Now, there is a little bit of luck involved when it comes to, getting a very, very high rank, because you need to pop up against photos that you can beat, and you need voters that resonate with yours. If you make your scene really, really well, you'll need way less luck. So I wouldn't say it takes so much luck. There are snaps out there, like when a really questionable snap gets in the top 3, that's just like an empty field with a few items. We've seen that a couple of times. We saw it on the Rainbow Challenge, and we saw it on, and these are very rare events. They don't happen often, because it's kind of like the stars have to align for this to happen. They're very rare events, and yeah, I would say in that case, it did take a lot of luck for that snap to get there. But when it comes to landing in 4K, that's something that you have a lot of control over. And that's provable because the same people get 4K week after week after week after week after week. If it was, just luck, or the need for it to be a lot of luck, then their luck would fluctuate more. They would have to be the luckiest person in the world to get 4K for a year in a row. We would see a lot more fluctuations. So as far as landing in the bracket, again, 6,000 to 8,000 people are going to get 4K each week if we have, the standard number of submissions. Between 6,000 and 8,000, sometimes 6,000 and 9,000. So that's a lot of people. That's a really big range. But you need to be able to beat most of the photos out there to land in that range. So is there some level of luck involved? Yeah, like if I was lucky this week, this photo could have popped up consistently up against low effort snaps, like good snaps, but still snaps it could beat, and it could have ended up in rank 1. If I was really lucky. That's why both times I've been in the top 3, I've always been like, man, I got pretty lucky with that. They were good snaps, I minimized how much luck I was going to need by making a very strong snap that could compete with a lot of other snaps. But I still think there were definitely snaps out there that were better than this. But I must not have popped up against them because I landed in rank 2. So I don't assume my snap was the best, but it did pop up against things it can consistently beat, and it did get the second most votes out of any snap that week. And that's pretty much how, this all works. So when it comes to rank and results, there's a lot of fluctuation. You have full control of landing in the 4K zone. But just like we said how a really good, or a really basic snap can land in the top 3, like almost an empty room or an empty field can land in the top 3, that takes a crazy amount of luck, and it's very rare. 99% of the time, when you look at the top 3, they're always very solid snaps. So it's extremely rare for a low effort snap to get that lucky, because that takes a crazy amount of luck. But also, it's entirely possible for luck to work in the other direction. You could be on a 1-year 4K streak. You could be in the top 100 every week, and then you make a great snap, and you end up getting 1,500 moonstones or 2,500 moonstones. If you get really unlucky, you might just be popping up against some really good photos, like the best of the best, and you keep getting matched with them, and you keep getting voters that prefer their idea over your idea. There's a lot of uncontrollable variables when it comes to the human element behind voting, and when it comes to what type of photo you pop up against. There's not much control there. So that's why, some people get confused about the way ranks work, because they'll see a photo in the top 500 that is not that strong. And they're like, why is this photo in the top 500, but I see this other photo that's at rank 6,000, and it's the most beautiful photo I've ever seen? Why is there such a big gap between these two, when I honestly believe most people would like the rank 6,000 better? Well, they had different opponents. Every Dreamsnap voting round is just a 1v1. Some snaps are going to pop up against good photos. Some snaps are going to pop up against great photos. And you never know. So if you make your snap good enough, it should be able to secure 4K most of the time, unless you get very unlucky, which is quite rare. And on the other side of the coin, if you make very basic snaps with very little effort and you don't really understand what voters like, sure, you may get lucky every once in a while and find yourself in 4K. It's just not going to be consistent. That's why if you build your snap with the voters in mind, if you build it considering what voters like to vote on, what kind of snaps they prefer, and the best way to know that is by looking at what's in 4K every week, because we see the same things. We see the same things every week, the same meta. Not every snap has to be this way, but this makes up about, 70 to 80% of what's in 4K, and that right there tells you that people are choosing these snaps in these 1v1s. They're consistently winning votes. And this has been the meta for a long time. So, camera close to the avatar, very popular. We see this a lot. There's a lot of reasons why this is so popular. Number one, it gives a very good look at the details within the outfit, and it really plays up the avatar's beauty factor. Number two, it allows the voter to appreciate the extra effort you went through when designing the avatar. We can see the eyeshadow pairing with the hair. We can see the color of lip. We see the pink blush on the cheeks. We see the rosy earrings. If she was much further away, it would be a lot more difficult to appreciate these niche, additional changes they've made to the avatar. So, playing the avatar close to the frame is very popular in the 4K range. The other thing that's very popular in the 4K range is the sunset time of day. This photo, along with most of the other 4K photos we're going to be looking at today, are using the hours between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m., so they have the sunset lighting. This lighting also allows different lights within the game to activate. And they are using that sun behind the camera. So notice how they added their own sun motif. So they wanted to have a sun in the sky, but they didn't use the real sun. Why is that? Well, that's because they wanted the real sun behind their camera to cast light into the scene. This whole scene is incredibly well lit because they're using the sun itself as their photo lamp. So if you were to turn this player's camera around, you would see the sun on the other side of it. This is an incredibly popular meta within the 4K range. Again, a majority of snaps in the 4K range are playing up close to the avatar and they're using that sunset time of day with the sun behind the camera. Another very popular meta, which is relatively new, is to make good use of the villager toggle. Now that we have this villager toggle, it is easier than ever to really tell a story with your villagers, to really show off your villagers. So snaps that take the time to include a few villagers and tell a bit of a story with them or position them well are going to be very common within the 4K range. Not for every theme. Some themes will be better solo or even without the avatar. You know, you could just feature a villager. And keep in mind, if you're not going to play the camera close to the avatar, it's also very popular just to play a villager very close to the camera. So if you're not going to show your avatar, there's plenty of photos in the 4K range, and even some that pop up in the top 3 where we don't see the avatar at all. Instead, they choose to put a villager at the forefront of the scene. I mean, I have a few shots like that where, you know, instead of using my avatar, I really wanted to play up villagers for whatever reason. Like for Cozy Holiday Cheer, there's no avatar here. We have Belle. We have all the Christmas dream styles. That was the point of this. You know, I wanted to make a Christmas party. So we're using every Christmas dream style that we had for this indoor scene. So lighting, the sunset time of day, playing the avatar close to the frame. And the next thing that's very popular in the 4K range would be vivid colors. Look at how bold these colors are. One of the reasons these colors are so prominent is because not only are they using the sunset time of day, which naturally adds more saturation to the photo, but they've also slightly enhanced saturation. So this is the sunset time of day, and if I had to guess, this is probably a 0.2 or 0.3 boost on the saturation on top of that. Again, very popular in the 4K range. You're going to see this a lot. And lastly, the last popular play here that you're going to see in most of these stream snaps is that they have layered their snap with a foreground, a midground, and a background. In the foreground here, we have the whimsical wheelbarrows. We have one on the left, one on the right. And then we have these little flower bushes here. In the midground, we have all of our characters and these fountains and these dining tables and these rainbows. And then finally, in the background, we have our blossom trees, we have our kingdom, and these green trees in the aurora. Now, people usually do include a midground and a background, but a lot of people forget about the foreground. Most of the photos you see in the 4K range are going to have this bottom left corner filled out and this bottom right corner filled out. That's very popular. It helps frame the entire photo, kind of sets the theme for it. You can tie the top of the photo in with the bottom of the photo, and that's probably one of the most common things I see new players leaving out or excluding would be the foreground. And again, all of these things we discussed are going to be very common. Keep in mind, photos don't need to be symmetrical. You don't need to have the exact same items on each side, but it is always a very good idea to make sure your photo is balanced. Now, this one is using symmetry as balance. We have the exact same items. We have the dining set here, blossom tree here, double rainbow, one on each side, castle in the middle. But even if it wasn't symmetrical, it would still be a good idea to have balance. You know, the same kind of, ascending tree line here in the back. Balance on the sides, same weight of villagers. Like if you're going to have 3 villagers here, if this side had no villagers, it would feel a little off, wouldn't it? So having 3 here and 3 here just helps balance the photo. But yeah, all of these things are very popular within the 4K range. I'm thinking of using a close-up of Vanellope this week. That's a cool idea, Lilu. I think that could do well. Sarah said that's how my daughter votes. If she sees a pet in a picture, she'll vote for it. Yeah, that's what I mean. You can definitely end up with voters that take that approach. You never know. You never know what kind of voters you'll get. Little news on whenever I try to vote, I only ever see snaps where people haven't put an effort in. They've just thrown together random items. Mama Duke says try voting on Tuesday nights. Yes, absolutely. That's the best time to vote because, like I said, the algorithm is going to pair those photos together. Also, little Jim, something worth considering. Well, 2 things I would pitch to you here. Number 1, you should be very thankful that most photos are just random things thrown together because it makes it so much easier for all of us to get 4K. the fact that like 80% of the dream snaps that are circulating out there are pretty low effort, random selfies, random quest photos, a few items placed haphazardly in an empty meadow, shots without good lighting. There's so many scenes out there that are just kind of put together and they're hoping for 900, 1200, 1500. They're not even worried about 4K. But those scenes that are put together in 3 or 4 minutes, they make it so much easier for snaps that do put in a lot of time and effort to get in that 4K range. Now, on top of that, the other thing I would say is worth considering for you would be when it comes to voting, there is now the option of unlimited skips. So if you're trying to find good photos to vote on, like, because you said I would rather vote for people who put in loads of effort because they deserve it. Fair. That's fair. I like voting that way as well because I always want to try to help the people that deserve 4K get 4K. So I skip a lot. Even if a photo is on theme, there's no rule saying you have to vote for it. Everybody can vote the way they want to. So I typically seek out strong snaps and give them my vote because I just want people that created something that looks like it belongs in 4K to be there. I want them to be in 4K. And I love finding beautiful snaps. Now, a lot of snaps, are just, pretty quick or hastily made. But now that's why Dreamlight Valley gave us unlimited skips. They blessed us with the option to vote however we want to vote. So if you're having a hard time finding good snaps, I'll admit they are hard to find. They can be rather rare. So, if you vote on like a Monday or Tuesday, you're more likely to find good snaps. But just mash the heck out of that skip button and don't feel like you always got to stop and analyze to, photos just because they both did the theme. I'll genuinely just skip until I find really amazing photos. Because that's what I like to vote on personally. That's how I like to vote. I'll never tell you guys how to vote. And you shouldn't let anybody tell you how to vote. That's just how I like to vote. So I want to be clear. I'm not saying you should do this. I'm just saying, if you... Because, Little Jim already said that that's what they want to vote on. They said, I would rather vote for people who have put in loads of effort because they deserve it. That's fair. I'm the same way. I want to see the people that put in lots of time and effort. I want to see them in the 4K range. So I like to seek them out, and I like to give them votes. And I'll skip pretty much everything else. Because the people I'm skipping, they're still going to get plenty of votes. Because the average selfie submitter, they don't put any time or thought into their own snap. They throw out a selfie just to get the free moonstones, which is great because it helps the rest of us. And they get free moonstones, so it's a win-win. But since they don't put time and effort into their own snap, they're likely not going to put a whole bunch of time and effort into seeking out good snaps. Like, a lot of people just aren't into snaps. So they'll just vote for the first 10 photos they see. If you vote 10 times, you get 50 moonstones. So they'll pick between whatever 2 photos pop up. So all of these snaps that are, just more base level, they're still going to get plenty of votes. They're still going to get their 600, their 900, their 1500, their 2500, even if I skip them. I just like to seek out the strong snaps and try to support them. That's kind of where I am. See, there you go, Dreamy. You said, I vote for people that at least try. Yeah, like I said, they'll still get votes from people like you. So, at the end of the day, everybody should vote the way they want to. So, I want to try to make sure that some of the really, really hardworking players get my vote. Or the people that put a lot of thought and time and beauty into their scene. If I give my vote to everybody that at least tries, I'm not really doing anything special for the players that tried harder. So that's why I like to be more limited with my vote. But there's plenty of people out there like Dreamy Luna Elf and Hey Bays that are going to vote for anybody that puts in effort. So that's how most people are. Most people will vote for anybody that at least tries to do the theme. But there's a handful of people out there, like myself and some others, that will intentionally seek out very good photos to try to give them a leg up. Because at the end of the day, if we all just voted for anybody that did the theme, you know, I feel like it would be a little bit harder to push some of the other photos to actually, I vote for max effort. Yeah, that's kind of where I am. You know, again, they gave us unlimited skips for a reason. Dreamlight Valley gave us unlimited skips because they want to empower us to vote the way we want to vote. So I'll never tell anybody how to vote, and I will never be told how to vote. Voting is a sacred thing, and it is your choice. It will always be your choice. Since I play a big role in helping so many people with Dreamsnaps, and I know what it takes to make photos like this, these are the types of photos I want to find and vote on. Because I know, you know, a lot of these players that build these scenes, they put in a lot of thought and effort, and either they already had very good knowledge of photography, or they went out of their way to learn about how to get the best lighting in the valley, you know, how to layer items, how to structure the photo. And that's the kind of snap I love to give my vote to. You know, people that have gone above and beyond, and sometimes snap results aren't fair. You know, we talked about that. There's going to be weeks where a really good snap only gets 1,500 or 2,500 because it popped up against other really good snaps. And I always feel a little bad for players that made something absolutely beautiful that deserves 4K. And I can't really control that. But when I go out and vote, I can do my part, you know, to try and support the players that are doing as much as they can. So that's how I vote. But yeah, you know, it just depends. Everybody votes a little bit differently. That's the beautiful thing with voting. Now that they added unlimited skips, it completely changes how I vote, says FaceMate Gamer. Same here, same here. I used to not be as picky about what I voted on, but with the unlimited skips, it's a lot easier to seek out, like, really beautiful shots. Oh, yeah, of course, Ashley, of course. People's best is very different. One person's best, and you never really know when you're looking at somebody's best work. You have no idea. For all I know, this is Beyblade's lowest effort, right? But I would still vote for this. So I don't know how much effort people are putting to their snaps when I see them. I don't know if it's their best, Ashley. You don't either. Nobody knows. I prefer to vote on strong snaps. Snaps that I feel deserve 4K. It's about my feelings when it comes to my vote. And it's about your feelings when it comes to your vote. I love what I see in 4K every week. I love the snaps that I see here. And these are the snaps I want to support, you know? Snaps that have very good lighting. Snaps that have very good composition. Snaps that tell a story. Snaps that, you know, feature villagers in amazing ways. Snaps that have done the makeup and, you know, some different styles on their avatar. You know, when it comes to the advice I give, it's more about what the voters like. So in my Dreamsnap advice streams, the advice I'm giving you guys is never about what I like. It's about what the majority of voters like. Because again, we see the same things every week in the 4K range. Very, very common. And we see the same things falling short of the 4K range. So there's a very clear and consistent meta in Dreamsnaps. There's a very clear style of photo that shows up in the 4K range and takes up about 70 to 80% of those 4K slots every week. And we've already talked about exactly what that is. So the advice I give is based on this. The advice I give is based on these snaps that we see performing very well week after week after week after week using these same approaches. But when it comes to my vote, that is about what I like. That's about my preference. So yeah, I will not vote just for a snap just because somebody tried or just because somebody did the theme. As somebody that spends a lot of time supporting players, I support them in different ways. If somebody, you know, wants to grow and learn in Dreamsnaps, I literally stream tons of extra hours every week to review hundreds of Dreamsnaps and help hundreds of players, learn more about snaps and improve. I also make a guide video every week that's viewed by thousands of players that helps them understand the theme. So I'm already helping players on a pretty massive scale. So, yeah, when I vote, if I stopped to vote on everyone that did the theme, it would take me way too long to find the photos I want to vote on. So I spam the skip button, and I'm not ashamed of that. I'm going to keep doing it. It's how I vote, and I'm not going to change that. If I stopped to choose between every 2 photos that just did the theme, it would be so much harder to find these photos. And I know a lot of people that also like to track down these photos and vote for them. And yeah, if I wasn't dedicating so much of my time every week to reviewing so many snaps, I would have more time to sit there and vote and try to find these. But I don't. I don't have that much time. So I just skip until I find them, and then I vote on them. The only time I'll absolutely skip or vote for the other one is if I see Moonstone Pack items up against someone without premium items, because it feels like the person with 0 premium stuff might need the Moonstones more than the person who clearly purchased the Moonstone Packs. 99% of the time, it's effort-based unless that happens. I don't ever let people's shop choices impact my voting. I don't care if somebody's using no premium items. It doesn't mean they didn't buy the Moonstone Pack. You can't know that. There's no way to know that. And also, thankfully, most people don't do that because, I mean, I'm using the new Moonstone Bundle outfit here, and this was ranked 90, so yeah, I think most people don't care if you're using premium stuff, but I don't know. I mean, the way I see it, you can't know if somebody purchased the Moonstone Bundle just because of a photo you see that they made. You can't know. So, yeah, for me, but I'm not going to tell you how to vote. You can, like I said, you can always vote how you want to vote, and I will always vote how I want to vote. The last thing you'll ever catch me doing is trying to tell people how they should be voting, because no one can tell you that. Literally nobody can tell you how to vote, guys. So yeah, if you're ever expressing the way you like to vote and you're like, like for you, Alex, if you want to vote against people showing Moonstone Bundle items, that's your choice. That's your right. That's your right. I will point out that there's no way you can actually know if somebody has those items or not. Because, I purchased the new Moonstone Bundle myself, the one that we got this time around, and I haven't used the new house or the new outfit in a single Dreamsnap. So, we just got that new premium house. So this one. I haven't used the new Sun Temple in any of my Dreamsnaps, and I haven't used the new outfit in any of my Dreamsnaps. So I bought the Moonstone Bundle, but I've not once used these items. So, yeah, the fact that you don't see the items in their snap, I will at least tell you, there's there's no way you're actually going to know if they have those items or not. So, personally, I wouldn't choose based on that. And I did see, there are people on YouTube that kind of do the same. I ran a poll asking people about voting. And really, I ran the poll on YouTube to get a feel for how many people vote fast. Like, how fast do people choose? And a vast majority of people and thousands of people responded to this poll. And a vast majority of the people that responded stated that they make their mind up within the first couple of seconds. So, and usually that's because one photo is typically just better, like right away when you see the two. Usually one is clearly superior. Now, every once in a while, especially on Mondays and Tuesdays, once the challenge is going on, you'll start seeing really good photos versus really good photos. So every once in a while, even I have to really sit there and think about which one I'm going to choose. I hate it when I come across two really good snaps because I hate having to choose between good snaps because I feel like they both deserve the vote. That's also why I tell people, you know, just because you didn't get 4K does not mean people didn't like your snap. They could have loved your snap. You might have just been up against really good snaps that they also loved. So never feel like your snap is not loved just because it didn't get 4K. Because you don't know what you were up against. You don't know what you popped up against. You have no clue. There is no way to know. Now, there are some things I never let influence my vote. For example, graphics. Because I think people playing on Nintendo Switch deserve the same chance as people playing on a high-end PC or a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox. So, a lot of times, like, you know, modern console snaps will look a lot better than Switch snaps, especially the Switch 1 versus the Switch 2. But I always look at the composition and the way it's made, and I choose based on that. And I can tell when I'm looking at a Switch snap, and I always keep that in mind. So I'm not going to judge it for looking too foggy. I'm not going to judge it for looking pixelated because they literally can't control that. So, you know, again, you can vote however you want. You know, you can just vote for PC snaps if you want to, or PlayStation snaps. I just go based off of the composition of the photo, the way they've set up the lighting, the way they're using their avatars, the way they're executing the theme. You know, these are all the things I look for when voting. I don't get how using items from the Moonstone bundle is any different than using items that cost Moonstones. Yeah, kind of the same with you on that. You know, it's mostly if they're against someone with no premium items because they usually look like early game photos. I mean, you know, your vote, you're right. It's your choice. It's your choice if you want to vote that way. But, you know, keep in mind, the people with premium items, they might have really fought hard to earn those. You don't know if they opened their wallet and bought them, or if they've been working very hard on their Dreamsnaps to earn those items. So, you know, that's why I'll never choose what I vote on based on what kind of items they're using. I'll always choose what I vote on based on what's the better photo. I vote based on which photo I personally think is the better option of the two. But I'll never let, you know, I don't think I'll ever let, you know, whether there are or are not premium items in a photo determine who I vote on. Because the person with premium items, they might have worked really hard to earn those. So, like, judging them for that, I think, is something I would never do. I don't think I would ever judge somebody for using premium items or even Moonstone bundle items. I'm not going to punish somebody for supporting the game that we like. The reason we get free updates, the reason we get free characters, the reason we get free realms is because people buy those bundles. So, from my perspective, it would be really, you know, questionable for me as somebody that makes a lot of content for this game to say, okay, well, this person has all this nice stuff and they bought this nice stuff and this person doesn't, so I'm going to vote for the other person because they're new. Well, just because you're new doesn't mean you can't make a good snap. Ashley, my head moderator, was brand new. She watched me play Dreamlight Valley for months, and she had never played it before. After playing for 2 weeks or so, her very first snap got 2,500. And then after that, she was on a 4K tear for months. Brand new player. So, being a brand new player does not necessarily mean you can't make a good snap. So, yeah, you know, I personally wouldn't vote that way. But again, you know, it's your vote. It's your choice. I can always share how I would vote. Scylla said Switch photos always look kind of pixelated. And wait, where's your comment? Where'd it go? Pixelated and not focused. Yeah, you can tell when you're looking at a Switch photo versus a non-Switch photo. The Switch photos are pixelated, and also the Switch doesn't have the blur, and they don't have the same kind of lighting. So in the Switch graphics, there's more of a fog in the back. There's always a little bit more of a haze over the photo. The lighting is different. That's the biggest tell, is that the lighting is pretty different in a Switch photo, but I'll never judge a snap based on that because, you know, they can't really control that. That's just the way the game is set up. I always try to choose what I'm going to vote for based on the decisions that the player made. And I'm always going to try to reward people that are, you know, making beautiful works and good decisions. Doesn't matter what items they're using. You know, like I said, if somebody buys a Moonstone bundle and uses Moonstone bundle items, you know, they're part of the reason why we get these free updates. I'm not going to punish them for that. And when it comes to people using premium items, you don't know whether they got those premium items from Moonstones that they bought or Moonstones that they earned. And lastly, being a new player doesn't mean you can't make a beautiful photo. If you figure out the game, again, the biggest piece of the puzzle to making a good Dream Snap, there's two things you need to do for a Dream Snap to have a great shot at 4K, and you can do this very early on. Some weeks it's trickier because the theme can be really precise and can be really hard to accomplish the theme if you don't have the right items. But most themes, it's entirely possible. And not only Ashley, but many other players that were brand new that came here have been able to achieve 4K very consistently. So when it comes to getting 4K as a new player, the biggest piece of the puzzle would be making sure your photo spells out the theme to the voter. And number two, lighting. Lighting is one of the most important things in photography. And that's what Dreamsnaps is. It's a photography challenge. It's all about photography. So if I see a player that takes the time to make a beautiful photo, regardless of what items they're using, I can see that they've got a good eye for photography, and my goal is to reward that. Simple as that. Again, though, everybody's welcome to vote however they want. I play on Switch. I don't think they look bad. I have an Xbox, but I refuse to play on. I refuse to buy it again on Xbox. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, that's why I don't judge. You know, there is a very notable difference. So I can show you what I mean when it comes to like a Switch photo versus a non-Switch photo. Because I can set my graphics up in a similar way to Switch. We can go here. iTaylor says, how do we submit our snaps on Discord? For review, iTaylor, there is a channel you're going to want to go to called How to Get Reviews. The How to Get Reviews channel is in the Dreamsnap support section. If you read that, it'll walk you through it. So we're going to do 2 example photos. This one is going to be PC high. Okay, there's one. I'll keep it on 2560. All right, so one of these is akin to Switch graphics, and one of these is akin to PC graphics. And this is exactly why I don't choose based on this, because I feel like that's, you know, I try to be fair when I vote. Sure, I'm picky about what I vote for, and I'll always try to seek out really good snaps to get my vote out on. But when I'm selecting those snaps, I never choose based on the graphics. So here we can see it's a lot more pixelated. You can see the pixels in the hair. the colors are different on low graphics. You can still make a beautiful scene, right? Like this would still, I would still vote for something like this. I'm not going to judge it just because it doesn't look like this. But that's the difference, you know, between lower graphics versus higher graphics. And if we go out and vote, we can probably find some Switch snaps to kind of compare. I play several games. I'm on console, on PS5, and I know I play Sims 4. I play Stardew Valley, Palea, Genshin Impact, lots of different games. So, I mean, I've had moments where I don't play Dreamsnap Valley for a little while. I mean, I kind of alternate, skip a day here and there. Yeah, I play a ton of games. I usually play Dreamlight Valley on stream, but I never really play this game anymore just to unwind unless I'm making a Dream Snap. Dream Snaps are the only thing I really enjoy in the game. I love doing the star paths because I love getting new items. And I love doing the updates because I love getting new items. But it all ties back to Dream Snaps. Like, to me, that's the main thing I do, the main thing I cover. But, yeah, I could not play just one game. I don't think I could ever do that. My Steam library is right here. I got... I play a lot of stuff. So, you know, we have Arc Raiders, Claire, Obscure, Expedition 33, Kozaks, Cult of the Lamb, Hollow Knight, Silk Song, Ark Survival, Apex Legends, Aperture Desk Job, Among Us, Baldur's Gate, Backrooms. We're not even to the C's yet. This is all alphabetical order, by the way. Beat Saber. Okay, Clue, Crab Game, Critter Cove, Cyberpunk, Dark Deception, Dave the Diver, Dead by Daylight, Detroit, Devour, Dispatch, Don't Starve Together, Doom Eternal, The Door in the Basement, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, Elden Ring, The Evil Within, Fall Guys, Fallout New Vegas, Fantasy Li-Fi, Fear and Hunger, Fields of Mystery, The Finals, Five Nights at Freddy's, The Forest, Forewarned, From Darkness, Game Beast, Ghost Exile, Ghost Exorcism Incorporated, Goose Goose Duck, Grand Theft Auto 5, Grounded 2, Half-Life 2, Half-Life, Deathmatch, Halo Infinite, Helldivers, Hide and Seek, Hogwarts Legacy, Hollow Knight, Hunt Showdown, 1896, In Silence, It Takes Two, Jackbox Party Pack 1 through 4, Lethal Company, Lies of P, Little Misfortune, Little Nightmares Enhanced Edition, Little Nightmares 2, Lockdown Protocol, Lord of the Rings, Return to Moria, Lunch Lady Madison, Marvel Rivals, Mugenics, Middle-earth, Shadow of War, Midnight Ghost Hunt, Mortuary Assistant, Multiverse, No One Survives, Only Up, Outer Wilds, Outlast, Outlast 2, Outlast Trials, Palea, Pal World, Party Animals, Phasmophobia, Pico Park, A Plague Tale, Innocence, Planet Coaster, Poppy Time, Project Winter, Project Zomboid, Raft, Repo, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil Reverse, Resident Evil Village, Psychono Sotuka, Scorn, Sea of Thieves, Sons of the Forest, Spooky Jump, Scare Mansion, Star Wars, Starfield, Subnautica 1, Subnautica 2, Subnautica Below Zero, Supermarket Simulator, TCG Card Pocket Simulator, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Shredder's Revenge, Terraria, V Rising, Vade Retro, Valheim, Visage, Warhammer 40,000, Space Marine 2. I'm listing off my Steam library. Yo, Amanda, thank you, my friend, thank you. No, Ashley, I
have to head out of stream early today.
Thank you, my friend.
200 is too close.
Appreciate the dono, very kind of you. We're now at 3177. Thank you, my friend, thank you. Well, enjoy the rest of your day. We're getting pretty close to the goal, so I'm sure we'll hit it today. If not, you know, I mean, hell of a run. So, definitely not the end of the world. But thank you, Amanda. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening, my friend. Valheim is one of your favorite games? Dude, I love Valheim. It's my favorite genre, actually. My favorite type of game to play, aside from life sims like this, are survival crafting simulators. Like Valheim, Grounded 2, Sons of the Forest. Let me fix my screen. I love games like that. Absolutely love games like that. And also, by the way, that was just my Steam library. When I listed off all of those games, that doesn't include any of the games I own on Switch or Switch 2.
Notice me, Senpai. Notice me.
Mama Flash, I think you need more games.
I think you need more games.
I am a little bit of a gamer. But yeah, I didn't include anything from my Switch library, my Xbox, or any of the older games I have, Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64, GameCube. Like, I have quite a library of games. Oh, by the way, there is a game I really want to play, and I was thinking maybe we could play it tomorrow because it's Thursday, and we're not going to have Twitch drops. Have you guys heard of Mecha Chameleon? What I would need, though, is people to play it with. That's what I need. I need some friends that want to play it with me. It's so good. I've been watching Burnt Peanut play it, and it's been super popular. But Mecha Chameleon, I think, would be so much fun. Cozy Cat, you want to play? I have 20 hours of Mecha Chameleon already, says Chippery. I haven't played it yet. I've been dying to play it, but I've been so busy because we've had drops. We've had the drops. I've been reviewing all these snaps, but I've been wanting to play Mecha Chameleon for ever since I started watching it. And it's been really popular. A lot of people have been... I think it's only like $5, Hope. I think it's like super cheap. You should get it. Do you guys know what game I'm talking about? Do you want to see it? So it's like a hide-and-seek game, but you paint yourself into the environment. It's so cool. I'm gonna find it real quick. Yo, Sunshine! Let's go, dude! Sunshine with a $10 dono. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, it's only $6. It's only $6. It's PC only, but it's a hide-and-seek game. Watch this, you guys. Watch this. Yeah, I know the new event's coming up in Pokopy as well. So, you have to hide from the other players, and they have to try to find you and shoot you. And you have all these different maps, and you can download other maps, but you have to paint yourself into the environment. And it's just so cool. It looks so much fun. You can basically make yourself into different shapes. And I've been dying to play this. Would you guys watch this if I played this? I mean, I love creating things, so the fact that you can paint your avatar like into the environment just looks really fun to me. Jolie said, ooh, Subnautica 2. Dude, we streamed Subnautica 2 right when it came out. Like, I think like 4 days after it came out. And I ended up streaming until like 2 in the morning. I could not stop playing it. It was so much fun. I'd love to stream that again as well. Vox says, I'll watch nearly anything you play. Let's go. You're a legend for that. You know, I know there's a lot of people that tune in specifically for Dreamlight Valley, and especially for Dreamsnaps. But I gotta say, I have a lot of love for those of you that are just down for whatever I may be doing. You know, because at the end of the day, that's the core community. Because there are going to be days and times where I'm kind of burned out on Dreamlight Valley and maybe I want to do something else. But, you know, streaming is still my passion and my career. So having people that are down to do other things is always great. Amy said, I want to see more Subnautica. I want to play more Subnautica. I would love to do that. But yeah, this game is something I've been really dying to play. And yeah, I'd be really interested in maybe playing tomorrow since it's a Thursday. But you know, because we're probably going to review Dreamsnaps on Friday. But I've been watching a lot of people play this, and it just looks so much fun. There's like a bunch of different ways you can present your avatar. You can have them lay down. You can have them ball up. You can have them do like a starfish pose. And then you can paint them into the environment. Actually, did you get it yet? No, but you don't have to gift it to me, Ash. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. It's only $6. Like, you know, I know you love gifting me games on Steam, but you really don't have to. I know that's probably why you're asking. But you should definitely get it. Because we are going to play it. If not tomorrow, we'll play it, you know, we'll play it at some point. Ron said the videos of this game on TikTok cracked me up. Yeah, there's so many funny videos. And what's really fun about it is, you know, when we do play, for anybody that wants to join us, you know, we'll go into Discord so we can all talk with each other while we play. And it's just funny to, like, you know, to chat with people while you're playing. But I've been dying to give this game a go. It just looks so much fun. And yeah, Ashley, with you being an artist, and Hope, I know you like doing art as well. I think you guys would really enjoy it. But yeah, you start as like a little, basically just a little white body. And then you can like put yourself up on walls and you can paint yourself. Okay, I just bought it. Nice, nice. Yeah, we're definitely going to play it at some point. But yeah, I've been dying to try this game. And we can probably make some, if you guys do play with me, we can probably make some fun TikToks out of it. Because the game's very popular right now. A lot of people are enjoying it. And I love painting. Like, my house is, like, full of paintings I've done. So, any game that lets me be creative. Like, in Dreamlight Valley, I get to basically paint environments, you know? Like, not paint, but, you know, design. But that's why I like the game so much. So, Mecha Chameleon, a hide-and-seek game where you paint yourself into the environment, just sounds right up my alley. Sounds like a lot of fun. I think I'd really enjoy it. Girl Riot said I would show up to support. Thank you, my friend. You're awesome for that. I do appreciate it. You know, like I said, you guys, those of you that like tune in for, you know, if you're, again, I love my friends here that tune in just for Dreamlight Valley. I always say this, but one of the most valuable things you can give any content creator is your time. And the fact that so many people bless me with their time each day is nothing short of incredible to me. So even if you are just here for Dream Snaps and Dreamlight Valley, I still love you. Though when it comes to the core community, you know, a lot of the friends I've made that have been with me well before Dreamlight Valley and will be here, you know, with whatever we do, that's a big part of the reason I'm able to be flexible and enjoy other things as well. So I got a lot of love for anybody that is down for, you know, just whatever, you know. If you're here for the creator and the game, that's awesome. If you're here for just the game, that's cool too. But I you know, it makes me really happy that a lot of people are here for both. Hope said, Marie said I'm here to hang out. Yeah, you're always around, even if we're playing Pokopia or we switch it up and do Subnautica. But yeah, we'll probably play tomorrow. Mecha Million is super fun, says Biz. If you hit the Doppler and touch the color of the object, it will make it. Yeah, I've seen that. I've watched a lot of content from the game, so I have a pretty good idea of how it works. But that's one of the coolest things about it is when you're playing, there is, in your paint section, there's a Doppler here. And if you touch any color, it'll match that color. And it makes it a lot easier for you to blend yourself into the environment. So using the little Doppler here can be really useful. Heather said, I'm normally quiet, but I will watch whatever you play. Nice. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, there's a lot of you guys here. Whenever we break away from Dreamlight Valley, you know, we always have a good bit less viewers because I've been covering this game for so long. And, you know, that's to be expected when you specialize in a game. You know, one thing that brings the community together is common interest. So Dreamlight Valley is a common interest we all share. So when I do something outside of that interest, you know, it's only reasonable that we would have less people. But I'm glad we still have a good group regardless. Actually, with the 4 years, 2 months, and 4 days. Let's go. Oh, I didn't update the goal. We got that very generous dono there, and I'm over here slacking. I think we were looking to make a chameleon there. Let me fix that as well. And thank you again. I believe that was Sunshine, right? Sunshine, thank you, my friend. Yeah, we're at 47.69 now. Yeah, goal number 200, or goal number 197 is in the bag. It's pretty much locked in. Oh yeah, were there any snaps we reviewed that maybe did not get Oh, somebody messaged me about they were like, can I find you on YouTube for a live stream? Yes, I'm live right now. I'm gonna give them a link. Though they messaged that like, I think, a couple hours ago, so they might not see it. But I just know somebody on YouTube was like, where can I find your stream? Or on Facebook, I mean. Yo, thank you, Junia. Much appreciated. But yeah, if anybody here has PC and is interested in playing Mecha Chameleon tomorrow, do me a favor and shoot me a DM tonight, or right now on Discord. That way I can get a little bit of a group chat going for us so we can organize, because tomorrow we'll probably start with Dreamlight Valley and do a short Dreamsnap Q&A for the new challenge, because we're going to drop the Dreamsnap tip video tomorrow. And then we'll get into Mecha Chameleon. So, yeah, if you guys want to play, it's $5.99 on Steam. It is PC only because it was made by a small indie developer, I think, in Japan. Junie, I think you can go in for the bits. I'm sure Gypsy can join us. Oh, dude, that would be awesome. Yeah, talk to Gypsy. See if she wants to come in. I never get a review, but I got ranked 89 just by hanging out here, says Chippery. Dang, let's go. Top 100. Very nice, very nice. Marie says, how do I get good lighting indoors? Indoors is really nice because there's so many things that actually cast light indoors. So indoors is very useful. What the heck? What the? Is that the new hair? Okay, I guess we'll go in here. So there's a few things you can do to get great lighting indoors, Marie. Let me give you a quick rundown. I do have a guide video about this, by the way. It's in Dreamsnap Tips. It's under the lighting tips video. So one thing you really want to consider when you go indoors is that windows are going to pour light into your scene, which can be really pretty. So I'm going to set up a few windows, and then I'm going to change time of day. So just like when you're outdoors, time of day affects light inside the same way it does outside, really. So midday lighting, see how everything got a lot whiter? Sunset lighting, it's a bit warmer, and nighttime lighting, it's a bit bluer. So, you know, even if you're indoors, time of day is going to affect the way things look. Now, what's really nice about being indoors is you get more control over lighting than you really do outside. So there's a lot of things you can put inside that are going to cast light that do not work outside. And with a white wall, you're not really going to be able to see the difference as much here, but, you know, let's choose a wall where this is going to make an impact. Notice how, you know, this whole area, you know, if we take this away, look at how dark that corner is. We bring it back. Look at how bright it is. So the way you utilize lights is going to make a big difference. Now, here's what's really neat is there are several lights that go indoors that always cast light. Like this chandelier, the deep, will cast light no matter what hour of the day it is in your game. But things like this LaBouffe chandelier, you can see it's casting light right now, but this item will only cast light after 6 p.m. real time. So if you're playing during the day or the morning and you set this up, even if you change your time preset, this is not going to make the walls light up. So you'll actually get way more flexibility with how you light up your environment if you play after 6 p.m. for an indoor build. Some other examples would be like this Mickey Platinum light. If it was 5 o'clock, this would not be making the wall glow. It would turn on, you know, it would have a light ball around it, but it wouldn't be making the ceiling glow like this. So if you watch my guide video about lighting, there's a whole section about indoor lights. It mostly focuses on the items that always cast light, because there's several items that will cast light no matter what time of day you're playing. Just keep in mind, if you're playing after 6 p.m., you're going to have way more options to cast light. So if it's after 6 p.m., you know, things like that Mickey light are going to work. Candles don't cast light, by the way, no matter what time of day it is, so keep that in mind. Like if I put these candles here, they're not going to make the wall glow. They're not going to make the ceiling glow. And keep in mind, if you are going to be casting light, it's way more impactful on a wall with colors, because you see, if we put it on the white wall, it just makes the wall a lot brighter and whiter. Whereas if we put it against a gold trim or red wall, those colors really come out. So the way you kind of set that up is going to, you know, play a pretty big role. A good example would be if we look at, you know, some of my indoor snaps here. If we look at Cozy Holiday Cheer, I'm using these chandeliers. Oh, these candles will cast light, by the way. The chandeliers mostly do. But the candles on, like, the wood logs and the candles that go on the wall and candelabras, they won't. But this chandelier will. So you can see we have, you know, see how it's kind of dark in certain spots and then bright in others. We got a little bit of a shadow here. This is kind of a glitch, but see how this wall looks? This is the color it would normally be, but thanks to the lights here, we get this really warm color. And we also have Vitalis lanterns back here behind the items, though Vitalis lanterns have sadly been changed. And then we have another light hanging where you can't see it at the front, and that's why this gold trim is glowing, because there's another light right above us. That's also why the side of this cup is lit up, because there's a light slightly above Belle here, more towards the camera. We also have light coming in from the window. So there's a lot of fun ways to really play up lighting indoors, which is what makes an indoor dream snap so fun and viable. Indoor dream snaps can be really strong. In fact, I've actually never gotten less than 4K for an indoor build. I have yet to have an indoor build, you know, get something other than 4K. Given I haven't done as many indoor builds as I have outdoor builds, I really love outdoor because I just have more space and I can be super flexible with things. But indoor is, again, it's very viable. You know, a lot of people get scared to do indoor because they're not used to it, or not adjusted to it. And if you've never done an indoor Dreamsnap, it can be pretty tricky. That glitch keeps happening to other players. Are you talking about the shadow glitch? It's so annoying. It's usually caused by windows and by fireplaces. So for whatever reason, like if I got rid of this window, it went away. But yeah, it has something to do with the coding with the windows. You also see it kind of right here. There's another shadow line right here. Yeah, it's annoying. It's been in the game for like ever. It'd be great if they switched it up. V-Bus is safe to say you got 4K. Yeah. My snap was this one here. I know with like, you know, this pretty crown and the dress. I like that Eric's face is kind of like tucked here into the arm. And then we have Ariel with her arm to the left and Elsa with her arm to the right, which I thought was really fun. Fun fact, my lowest score ever was when there was a lot of debate at the time about Dreamsnaps and about whether high tags mattered or whether using 3 or 4 tag items is what mattered. So I did a test. We did a Dreamsnap that didn't use any 3 or 4 tag items. This is before they changed the tag system. So I made a Dreamsnap that didn't use any high value items, and I got my lowest rank ever. And then the very next week, I made a Dreamsnap using a lot of high value items, and it got rank 12. I can't remember exactly what the rank was. Let me see if I can find the snap in question. It was a challenge called Freestyle where we were able to just wear anything and like show off our favorite outfit. Yeah, here it is. So for Freestyle, I went with the wings, and I've always loved this outfit here. And I played up a lot of purple, so I like the purple on the side and the purple lights in the back. And I can't remember exactly what it got, but I intentionally shied away from having any 3 or 4 tag items. And I think it got around like 1,200 or 1,500 moonstones. And then I got 4K on this, but the very next outfit challenge, I made an outfit with a 4-tag turban, 4-tag earrings, a 3-tag jacket, a 4-tag shirt, 3-tag pants, 3-tag shoes. This got rank 12. So I went from like rank 30,000 something to rank 12. Like one outfit challenge versus a different outfit challenge. And it was all about highlighting just how important 3 and 4 tag items were. Aside from that, back when Dreamsnaps first started, you know, we didn't really understand how things were working. We still didn't know the tag system. I got 4K for my first 2. And then for this one, I think I got 1,500 or 2,500. And I was kind of surprised. But little did I know, it was because of the high value items. I was not aware at the time. And I got 4K on all of these. And then when I did this Scar Dreamsnap, it ended up getting 1,500. I thought it was really good, but it was a decor challenge called Something Wicked. And the theme said to highlight your favorite villain. So I bowed down to Scar with my little hyena backpack, and we have Scar and we have Simba and Nala. And I was pretty much everybody that did Scar ended up not doing well, unless they did Scar with Ursula-themed items. So the theme said to highlight your favorite villager. But all the high-value items, all the high-value decor items were Ursula's theme. So a lot of people, back then, we still didn't understand that, you know, high-value items were what made a Dreamsnap perform well until they changed that recently, thank goodness. Because back then, people were still, you know, very confused with the way Dreamsnaps works. So a lot of people thought voters just didn't like Scar. You know, everybody's like, well, the Ursula Dreamsnaps all did really well, So I guess voters just like Ursula more than Scar. And I never accepted that. I was like, I don't think that's the case. I think a lot of people love Scar. And I think people would vote for a snap, even if it, you know, isn't their favorite villain, as long as it's well made. And some people were like, yeah, you didn't get 4K because you were facing away from the camera. You're never supposed to do that. Meanwhile, you know, I have a rank 2 where I'm facing away, like literally rank 2. So, you know, that kind of proved that was wrong. But yeah, back before we understood, I'm glad they got rid of this, though, because I wasn't a big fan of the tag system. Now, this snap here, like I said, we tested the tag system here, not using any 3 or 4 tag items, and still making, you know, a good quality snap. And then here, we tested a good snap with all of, you know, a lot of the good 4 and 3 tag options, and this got rank 12. And then after that, pretty much everything was 4K. Because now we understood high-value items were the name of the game. And I made videos about it, and I told as many people as I could. Some people still didn't believe it or didn't know. And ultimately, that's why they got rid of it, because a lot of people were getting really frustrated with snaps because they would make good pictures, and the pictures would underperform. And they were like, why don't people like my picture? And it wasn't that people didn't like them. It was that they were being punished for not using those items. Yeah, and all of these got 4K ever since then. So for the past 2 years, I've had one photo not get 4K. And I think it's coming up. This one. So out of the past 2 years of Dreamsnaps, I had one photo not get 4K. And the funny thing is, I made a guide for this. And pretty much everybody that did what I did in my guide got 4K. But I took a bit of a risk. So this was Illusion Valley. And it was actually one of my most viewed Dreamsnap guides ever, because a lot of people didn't know how to create a good illusion. So I made a big portal build. And then pretty much everything in 4K, with the exception of a few like underwater snaps and some fun concepts, were all big portals. And I got 2,500 for my small portal. If I would have just submitted what I did in my video, I have no doubt I would have gotten 4K. But I think by making the illusion so small, and also, you know, the snap doesn't have a great beauty factor. It has a good wow factor, and it tells a cool story. But that's not what voters really like the most. It still did well, you know. It still got 2,500, and I wouldn't take it back. I'm proud of this snap. I really like this snap. But I can see why it fell short of 4K. Most of the Illusion Valley builds that did really well played up these massive, beautiful portals, or did these absolutely gorgeous underwater builds. My scene was more doom and gloom, fiery hellscape, you know, a battle of gods, like a pantheon versus, you know, the Lord of the Underworld. And then we have a portal into, you know, our realm of the gods, leading into this fiery hellscape. This is actually one of my favorite snaps I ever made. So I was very disappointed that it didn't get 4K, and that, you know, it broke what would have been a consecutive, like, 2-year streak. So, like, out of the past 2 years, this is the only minor blemish on my record. But I don't mind. You know, I understand where it went wrong. I think this didn't resonate with voters as well because, again, what really stole the show were, like, very large, beautiful, impressive portals. And by making my portal so small on a smaller screen, I think that just made it less impressive to view. And since I'm using a lot of black here, even with the lava, you know, when you put this next to a beautiful big portal build, the alternative is going to stand out more, and it's going to be the better choice. So, you know, in hindsight, I can see why this fell short of 4K. I really like the snap, but it doesn't follow the meta exactly of having the avatar closer. But it did have a villager close, and it has good lighting. But again, there were so many beautiful snaps for Illusion Valley. And I don't mind that it didn't get 4K because people that used my guide, that followed the advice I gave, pretty much all of them got 4K. So I care more about the people that I'm giving advice to and their results than I do about my own. So, you know, that's why I didn't recommend something like this in my video. I wasn't sure if it would work or not. because it was very different than anything else. But that's the thing with Dreamsnaps, you know? Sometimes you just want to do what you want to do. You want to step out of your comfort zone. You want to take a bit of a risk, try something different. Sometimes it works out. You know, you might end up in rank 1 for doing something different and unique, or you might fall short of 4K. You never know. But yeah, ever since the... So back when we had the tag system, after I tested the tag system with these 2 snaps, where'd it go? Yeah. This one was my lowest rank ever, the one with only low value items attached to the avatar. And this one at the time was my highest rank ever, with only high value attached to the avatar. This got rank 12, and this got rank like 30,000 or something. And then after that, I was like, okay, well, we know the name of the game. We need to use items with either 4 or 3 tags. And then from there, we never missed out on 4K. And then they changed the system to where tags no longer mattered. And I was like, now it's only voting that matters, which I love. And even then, my results didn't really change. I just, you know, we continued doing well. Hey, thank you for the sub, my friend. Much appreciated. Also, we got a gifted here. Anonymous with the gifted and Junie with the gifted. Thank you, guys. Carol Ann Mom received the first gifted. And Hope, thank you for the 200 bits. We have now hit our goal for the day. Let's go. 197 goals. Vox, thank you for the 101 as well. Lilu said, yeah, but it's nice to do a snap for fun, too. Exactly. That's why I wouldn't take it back, you know? Like, am I disappointed that such a long and illustrious streak came to an end? Yeah, of course. You know, it would be really cool to say I've gotten 4K on every snap for the past 2 years. But at the end of the day, I know why I didn't get 4K for this. And I still wouldn't take it back. I would still submit this. I think if it would have popped up against the right things, I could have gotten 4K for it. We were very close. You know, we were in 2,500. And I loved this snap. I loved making it. I love designing it. I love the concept. You know, a battle between heaven and hell for a dream snap just sounds so cool. And I love the way it came together. So, yeah, and also, you know, that's why I try to tell people, even if you make a snap you really love, you know, don't be too hard on yourself if it doesn't get 4K. You know, don't beat yourself up. You know, it'll happen every once in a while, especially if you try to do something outside the box and have some fun with it. Just accept it and move on to the next snap. And we've been good since, you know, we pretty much stuck to the meta since then, but eventually I will probably step outside of the meta. Eventually I'll probably step outside the meta and do something different, you know, just depends. I'm interested to see how the one we did this week will do. Mentally Melody, thank you, my friend. Now you've been supporting for 2 months here. Appreciate the resub. Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm very interested in how this one's going to do because I've never put this many villagers in a scene before. I don't know if it's going to be good or bad. I really like it, though, so kind of the same as my, you know, Fiery Hellscape. If it ends up not doing as well, it is what it is. This is a lot of people didn't understand this theme. There's a lot of confusion about last week's challenge. So I've seen a lot of people online and I saw a lot of snaps that didn't make expos or, you know, other things. So who knows? I did include Figment just for the Journey into Imagination, you know, just to like make that even more obvious for the title. And then I built a big expo for the theme itself. But it's a lot of villagers, and it's way busier than my usual work. But I wanted a busy expo. I wanted a world fair, you know, like that was the concept here. I really like it, so I hope it does well. But who knows? You never know. It depends on what you pop up against, depends on what kind of voters you get. And with this week's challenge, with it being, you know, Journey into Imagination for the voting, it's really hard to say how anybody's going to do. Because there's so much diversity between the different types of expos. There's so much diversity in, you know, environments. You know, maybe voters will like more specific expos that focus on, you know, the exact same thing. Like maybe all technology or all gems and diamonds or all fish and like beach stuff, maybe those will perform better. Or maybe snaps that play up the journey into imagination more will perform better. It's hard to say, you know. I have no idea really what to expect. That's why my big focus with advice for Journey into Imagination was just to, you know, to be on the safe side. I saw a lot of people online saying that the main thing they would be looking for would be an expo. So making sure you had an expo feel is, I think, going to be very important. And then besides that, sticking to the meta, you know, showcasing the avatar well, having good lighting, making a beautiful scene. You know, just like every other challenge, those things I think are still going to be relevant this week. But I have no idea what to expect for the results. I'm excited to see, though. I'm excited to see. I've seen all 0 expos today, but a decent amount of imagination themes this morning for the ones with any effort. I haven't really done much voting yet. But usually, no matter what the theme is, it's usually kind of hard to find snaps that are on theme when you vote on Wednesday. When you vote on... Oh, first snap is an expo. Isn't it funny how different our experiences are? Alex says, I've seen almost 0 expos today. And then I open voting for the first time, and the very first thing I see is an expo. Definitely would be good to have villagers involved here, though. That would give the expo a bit more life. But they do have an expo. And this is an expo as well, but just, you know, they have the aliens coming in a line. They even have a little figment here. They have the potion bottles on display. More of an indoor build. Doesn't really follow the meta, though, so probably will have a bit of struggle. Well, that's the tricky part, too. I agree that the title doesn't match the description very well. The title is Journey into Imagination. But then you read the description, it says, build, decorate, and bring your expo to life. So... for voters that don't really do dream snaps and just submit random selfies, they might not read this. They might just read the top, right? But most of, I would say, I'm in a lot of dream snap groups on Facebook, and I just lurk. And I also talk to thousands of players here on the stream. And most of the dialogue I've seen about this, I've seen people sharing snaps online and saying, is this good for this week's challenge? And it'll just be kind of a random picture, no expo. And I see tons of comments of people saying it's not an expo, it's not an expo, it needs to be an expo. So I do think most active voters do understand that it needs to be an expo. But the problem is there's a lot of selfie voters that aren't really active. They don't do dream snaps, so they're not in dream snap groups. They're not really going to read the description because they just submit a random selfie. And when they vote to get their 50 moonstones, you know, they might just see the name and that's it. And even if you do an expo, they might not get how that's a journey into imagination. So, but, oh, yeah, here's another expo. Crystal Showcase, Crystal Expo. You know, definitely not the strongest expo in the world, but it works. And it seems to be a lot of scenes, like he's dressed for an expo. And it's kind of a shot of his valley. And this looks like, you know, kind of the environment where an expo may be hosted. And he's dressed for it, but doesn't really communicate the theme there. This is more of a journey into imagination here, I would guess. You know, more so than an expo. These both are expo vibes. Yeah, we've seen a lot of expos. Looks like a lot of people are understanding the theme. A lot of items on display here on the tables. This one also well dressed for an expo. We have items on display back here. There's a ticket booth. Go to architecture. These are both good. They're about even. I'd probably go right here. Oh, is this an arcade expo? That's cool. Yeah, this one's fun. They got air hockey. They got all the Dreamlight Valley arcade setups. They have the little arcade machine we got from Sully. We have Sugar Rush. That's pretty creative. And then we have a Tech Expo. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of expos. Yeah, it definitely looks like to me most players understood the assignment here. Not every player delivered the expo feel the best. I think a lot of people are confused about how to make an expo, but this is another attempt at an expo here. And this is very clearly an expo. This one's good. I'm going to vote for this one. Villagers would be very strong here, though. You know, this one is like pretty solid with like the inauguration ribbons and the vehicles and the Ferris wheel and all the villagers. It's too bad that they're angling it like this, like zoomed out. It gives a good view of the build, but sadly this player probably doesn't know that voters usually won't choose shots like this. I'm going to give them a vote though because they actually did make a really good expo here. Another Tech Expo. And this is what I mean about utilizing villagers. You know, it would have only taken this player a couple of extra minutes to use the villager toggle and tell a bit of a story with their expo, and it would make this snap so much more competitive. That's pretty neat. I'm just looking through everything now. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of expos. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, most of what I saw there, that's crazy. I didn't even see any random selfies. Pretty much everything I saw was an expo. How many you put on? Because, I mean, I tried for my mood still, as I might do a few after that, but do you do, like, a lot? Yeah, I usually vote quite a bit, especially with unlimited skips. Wait, what do you mean about moonstones? How many do you vote on? Because, I mean, I tried to for my moonstone still, as I might do a few more after that, but you do, like, a lot? Yeah, I just, you know, I just hit a lot of skips if I'm getting a bunch of selfies, and or like very low effort snaps. I'll just skip until I find stuff that looks good. You get 50 moonstones for voting, yes. But if you actually enjoy looking for good snaps, you don't have to stop at 50 just because you already got the moonstones. See, I love dream snaps. To me, the reward isn't just the 50 moonstones. The reward is finding impressive photos. I like to find them. So even if I already have my 50 moonstones, that doesn't mean I'm not going to vote anymore. You know, I'll keep voting because it's fun. It's fun to find the good shots. And I also really love giving, you know, votes to people that put in a lot of effort. And not just effort, but just had a good concept. You know, people that have good lighting. They made the theme very clear. You know, they're utilizing villagers in fun and unique ways. They're dressed well for the theme. I love finding photos like that and, you know, giving them some support, you know. Max is pretty sure I'm cooked. I did not have time to watch any videos about the theme. Rushed it late last night, but only saw the title and missed the expo description. you might be okay. I mean, you know, it depends on the voters. Again, there will be voters out there that also don't understand the theme. Because, I mean, you know, you didn't read the theme. You read the title. There's other people out there like that too. If you get those voters, you might be okay. Though, you know, that's why my advice with each theme is you'll have a better shot at 4K if you build your snap in a way to win over both types of people, the picky voters and the not so picky voters. If you design your snap in a way to win both of those people's hearts, then your chances of getting 4K increase exponentially. So, you know, it is risky that you didn't make an expo because there's a lot of people I've seen discussing the challenge on Facebook. But also a lot of people have acknowledged that there was a lot of confusion about this particular theme. So I've also seen people that saying that they'll just vote for, you know, if a picture's pretty enough, even if it's not an expo, they might give it a vote just because of the amount of confusion. So you might not be cooked, but, you know, it just depends on what you pop up against, and it depends on what kind of voters you receive. Like for me as a voter, I'm typically very, you know, the biggest thing I vote based on is the theme. That's number one. If the photo doesn't fit the description of my eyes, even if it's absolutely stunning, I usually will not give it a vote. And then besides the theme, you know, the next thing that decides my vote would be which of the two photos is better composed from my perspective, you know. Are they both using villagers in unique and exciting ways? Are they both framing the avatar well? Have they customized the avatar well? Do they have a foreground, midground, and background? Do they have optimal lighting? Are the, you know, colors looking good? You know, all of these things are things I like to consider. Amy's Looking Glass says, I'm voting now, and I swear everyone I've seen is good. I've never had this much trouble voting. Dude, sometimes that happens. Sometimes you just end up getting, like, the craziest dream snaps, like, right when you open voting. I mean, I got some okay ones when we opened it just now. We had some really good ones, and then, but, you know, it was surprising because usually on a Wednesday, if I open up the voting tab, typically right away I find a bunch of selfies and a bunch of quest photos. Like, it takes me forever to find things that are on theme. I have to skip a whole bunch. But today, first photos that popped up were expos. It's pretty cool. Ashley said I rushed mine this week, so I don't think it'll do as well. It depends, you know. I mean, even if you, I mean, a rushed dream snap from you, Ashley, is still very capable of getting 4K. Back to selfies now. Dude, isn't it weird, LOTR? You'll get a lot of really good snaps, and then you end up, it's not like you get a random selfie here or there, and then you get random good ones. It's always like a whole bunch of good ones, followed by a whole bunch of selfies. And then you're back to a whole bunch of good ones. It's so weird. You would think they would be mixed in together. You would think it would be like, you know, some are good and some are selfies, and they're just all over the place, but it's always batches. I always get like batches of people actually doing the theme, and then batches of random selfies. It's so weird. I don't know how the algorithm determines that. Maybe it tries to put selfies against selfies automatically. I don't know. But it's so strange. It's always been that way too. It's always been that way. I know when I'm about to hit a dry spell, because if I'm voting, yeah, here it is. Here it is. So right when I open it, selfies. Low effort selfie. Both not selfies. They're pretty, but neither's an expo. So now they're slowly improving here, but still not on theme. So yeah, now we went from, you know, when we first opened voting, we saw like nothing but expos. This is an expo. Very empty, but, you know, they did make an expo. But that's the first expo we've seen since we reopened voting. Now we're kind of back into the dry spell territory. Yeah, selfies and quest photos. But yeah, it's always batches, you know. When we opened it originally, we were in a good batch. And that's the neat thing, too. Sometimes if you close voting and then go back, you'll get in a different batch. Like, yeah, we're still here. Yeah, now I think we're going to get some good ones. So we have this one. I want to look through them. Well, that's an expo. That one. This one's really pretty. Not really anything to make it come off as an expo, though. Looks more like a... I mean, it's great framing of the avatar and great color. But it looks more like a lab. That's why using villagers, I think, is really good. You know, you can have them inspecting things and checking things out. The color is really nice here, though. Lori, that is so kind of you. Thank you, my friend. Lori with 100 bits says, thank you for being a great teacher. Much appreciated. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. That is very kind. I've always loved, you know, my sister's actually a teacher for first grade. She teaches, and I teach people about video games on the internet. So in a way, we're both teachers. But even when I was a chef, one of my absolute favorite things to do was train new cooks, especially ones that were excited to learn. I don't know. Teaching is just so fun, no matter what you're teaching. No, Alex, I don't think that one was inside out. If you go back and look at it, they had more Wall-E decor than they had inside out decor. It was more Wall-E based. They also had Wall-E motifs. They were just using futuristic looking items. It was more of a futuristic scene than an inside out theme. They had the sense of self lamp at the front because it has a projection. You know, it's a cool futuristic looking item. And then they had one inside out banner on the wall. The table was Wall-E themed. The outfit was Wall-E themed. The motifs were a dead giveaway. They were Wall-E themed. So yeah, that was not an inside-out snap. They had inside-out items. I wouldn't say that makes it an inside-out snap. It was a futuristic snap. So I think they focused on the fact that the challenge said, what technology or sites will you highlight? And they chose to highlight technology. But sadly, it was a really pretty photo, but it was off theme as they didn't build it into an expo, or at least in my perspective. It was not an expo. It was more of like a futuristic room. I might have been covering... No, I don't think I was covering the motifs. They were like right here and here. But yeah, it was like a futuristic scene. I only like to teach people when people want to learn, says Ashley. Well, that's a given. That's a given. Teaching is not very fun when somebody already knows everything. That definitely sucks the joy right out of it. So yeah, I would agree with you there. That's why in the rules of my snap reviews, you know, it's very clear, you know, that the purpose of the reviews is not to show off your snap. It's not to say, hey, everybody, look at my work on the stream. You know, it's to receive critiques and find ways to become even more competitive. You know, there's been times in the past where, you know, I've tried my best to give helpful advice and instead have been, you know, attacked for trying to help. But that's kind of what happens if you submit your snap just to show it off and you don't think you have anything to learn. You know, even I have stuff to learn, you know, like that's why any time that I don't get 4K, like for example, when I took a little risk with my Illusion Valley snap, if I would have done what I did in my tip video, I probably would have been fine because pretty much everybody that did performed just fine. Why won't you guys go away? But, you know, I was able to look at that after getting the results and learn from it. So anytime, you know, failure is the best teacher. And just because you don't get 4K doesn't necessarily mean you failed. But if your goal was 4K, then, you know, you can always take away some valuable information. So I like to view any snap that even if it's 4K, like if I get 4K for a snap, maybe I was hoping for the higher end of 4K rather than the lower end. So if I get rank 7,000, again, you can't really control what rank you get, but you can kind of control the range. So if I make a Dream Snap and I get 4K, but it's rank 7,000, oh no, do I not have the Corgi? Oh my god, I didn't have the Corgi equipped. I just did all that snippet hunting for nothing. Oh well. So yeah, even when I get 4K snaps, I can still use it as a learning and growing opportunity if I have one that gets like rank 7,000. Like a good example of that, I think, would be, is a while back, but there was like, for Frosted Fashions, this is before the meta of getting close with the camera and stuff, but I had a lot of open space in my scene. Like, there's a lot of open space back here. You can see through the Dream Snap clearly, something I'm always talking about. We don't want to see off the floating island, just to make it more competitive. I got 4K for this, but it was on the back end. It was almost 2,500. You know, it was like rank 7,000 something, or 8,000 something. It got 4K, but it was on the lower end. So I looked at this and I was like, you know, what can I do to, you know, be more competitive to make sure I'm not close to missing out on 4K. I want to make sure I stay in 4K. So I looked at other snaps that were in the 4K range for this, and very few had a lot of open space like this. Again, it's not about what I like. I actually like open space for snaps like this, but my goal, if I want to get 4K, is to give the voters what they like. So I actually have no problem with nice open spaces. I think it's appealing in a photo. But I think when voters see a lot of open space, if you pop up against a snap that has a lot of detail, they're automatically, a lot of them are going to default to the opinion of, well, this one's good, but this person put in more time and effort because they have more going on. And I think that's why detailed snaps tend to outperform more open snaps. So following this snap, you know, I made it more of a point to seal off my environment, which is why, you know, that's one of the big things I'm always teaching in the review streams. You know, let's try to make it to where we don't necessarily see through the build. So in this one, we see through the build, and we have a lot of open space. Now look at the next ones. This one, instead of letting you see through the build, we're using lights in the back of the forest to seal off the snap. Same with this one. We can't see through the snap. And these, instead of ranking around 7,000 or 8,000, you know, they put me right back up around, you know, 1,000, 2,000, you know, the higher end of 4K. So, and you'll see that after that snap, I made sure not to have as much open space. If I do have open space, I'll use things to dress it up, like these grates or these wrought iron tiles. So you can have open space, but you want to detail it with something, if possible, you know. And again, I have no problem with open space. I actually think it's really nice. I think it's kind of refreshing in a photo. But if the goal is to get a good rank and to be safe, you know, that's why, you know, I cover a lot of these things. And that's also why, following that Dream Snap, you can't see through any of these. Now, it's different when you're on the ocean and you're showing a ship. You're going to see off the edge there for sure. But we tried to limit that as much as possible, you know. And that's exactly why I'm always talking about build a movie scene and not a movie set. You know, seal off your Dream Snap. I'm talking about the opportunities found in open spaces and how you can utilize those open spaces. So the advice that I give comes from, you know, my own results and the comparison of these results to what's doing really well. And again, what's doing really well is something you can quantify. It's something you can look at yourself. When we, you know, check out the Facebook post, like today's post, we see a ton of really good snaps, a ton of 4K images here. What is meant as an expo? Is this a new theme? No, Winnie, it was last week's. It was last week's theme. This week's theme is a bit different, but still rather open-ended. But if you look at the 4K range, you're going to see a lot of the same thing, you know. Sealed off environments. And a good utilization of that space. Jamie White, 2,500 moonstones for this. I went icy, but for putting it together in an hour on a Tuesday night, I'm happy. Yeah, that's good for an hour. 2,500 is not bad for that. I'm still learning, but I tried. Crying face. I mean, this isn't bad, especially if they're still learning, you know. I think if they would have gone with the meta here and had the camera angled towards the avatar and centered the build, I'm not sure what rank they got, but this isn't bad for somebody that's still, you know, learning and trying. This is not a bad snap. Brianna said, I know I need to work on lighting, but this got 2,500. Yeah, I feel like this definitely would have gotten 4K, especially with the house and, you know, the villagers. If they did have that sunset time of day lighting hitting the back of this build. Because they got a beautiful scene here. You know, we have the magnolia petals, we have the fountains, we got some good villagers, pretty dress on the avatar. But, you know, that's the meta, you know. I think this definitely would have gotten 4K because of how good the build is. If it was, you know, and like I said, they said, I know I need to work on lighting. So that's good. They already know, they probably already know what held this back from 4K. I think this would have been easy 4K had the lighting been different. Rank 303 here. Again, sun behind the camera, close to the avatar. Good utilization of space. Dreamsnap sealed off. $4,000 moonstones and rank 5,527. I wasn't sure how this would do, so I'm really pleased with the result. I really focused on lighting and making sure my scene and characters told a story with this one. I want to say a big thank you. I started following you about 100 Dream Snaps ago. Dang, 100 Dream Snaps ago. You've been following for a long time, Kristen. And thanks to your tips, I've gone from strength to strength and now mostly end up in the 4K range. Had several in the top 1,000. My next goal is top 100. Well, keep up the great work. Good looking snap. You're playing up the meta well. And the fact that you got 4K with a nighttime snap, impressive. It takes, you know, it's a lot more technical. You know, you got to adjust your character lighting. You're going to be up against a lot of beautiful sunset photos. So nighttime can be just as competitive as sunset, but it requires additional steps. But yeah, they've sealed off the Dream Snap well. They chose a beautiful outfit. They have a good tender moment here. And Ursula kind of looking pissy is fun. Tinkerbell's laughing. So really good storytelling with the villagers. Good competitive Dream Snap. And very cool. I didn't think this was a strong snap, but I did receive 4K. Rank 8,200. I'm beyond thankful. So on the very back end of 4K, almost 2,500 here. But the dress is very good, and you included some villagers. I do think this could have easily been a much higher rank than 8,000. So if you're watching, Janelle, my advice would be to seal off that background. You know, add some more details into the backdrop. And you can balance out the scene too. You have the fountain here. We could put the same fountain here on this side, and then maybe you can make rose beds towards the front. But congrats on the 4K. Oh, I'm glad Caitlin's got 4K. We reviewed this one, and, you know, it was outside of, like, the very popular builds this week that were using that new castle set. And the big advice we gave on this one was adding items to the foreground and clearing up some of the empty space. They did that very well, by the way. Because the first one we reviewed, there was nothing here at the bottom of the frame, and there was a lot more open space. They did more with the trees in the back, and then they added these flowers in the front, and they added some flower petals along the path. Working on moving up the ranks. Yeah, I'm glad this ended up doing well, because it was outside of the box for the theme. Dang, this person got ranked 9,071 and still got 4K. A lot of 4Ks this week. Must have been a ton of submissions. I know Emmy got 4K. Sophie got 4K for the first time. Her and her mom have been working on snaps together, but they were stuck around 1,500, 1,200, 1,500. And last week, I believe they got 2,500 for the first time. And then this week, they cracked 4,000 for their first time. So, you know, she's moving right up. Denise here ranked 10,110. And now I think that's kind of unfortunate. That's what I mean about how performance will be tied to kind of, you know, what you pop up against. Because, you know, we do see some snaps out there that are not quite as strong as Denise's build here. But I think the decision to use this seaside building instead of castles is probably one of the things that hurt this scene. Also, with the fox pose, I always try to avoid looking down the bridge of the nose. Because, you know, beauty goes a long way in Dreamsnaps, and this fox pose, when you don't turn it, is not a very flattering angle of the avatar. We don't get the eye color. We can't see the smile that she has when she is with the fox. And, you know, anytime you look at somebody from this perspective, it doesn't look as good. I think this could have been an easy 4K if they had angled the avatar slightly different. We'd also see the fox a little bit better, and then chosen a castle for the backdrop to play the kingdom vibes. Because they have great villager presence, they have great lighting, they have some good color diversity. This very easily could have been a 4K, but fell just short. This one's 2,500 here as well. Not one we reviewed, but lots of pretty color. A lot of this competitive snaps were utilizing villagers as well, though. I think that some villagers there would have been nice. Easy 4K here for Lunaris, as expected. Absolutely stunning snap, very strong. Left Shark got ranked 288 here. I knew this would do good because it features the new castle building set very well. And the dress with the villagers looks so good. Very balanced. Balance works so well. And again, very bold, vivid colors. That's very popular in the 4K range. Goddess did end up getting 4K with this one here. Very nice. Good romance scene. Great way to use the villagers. Great way to tell a story. Alex, ranked 1706, 8-week streak now, thanks to your advice. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, this was a beautiful snap. Not surprised at all. Beyblade on a 30-week streak here. Dree GG, almost top 100 here, ranked 102. Clinksy, ranked 486. I'm glad Takai's, you know, I think we talked about the villagers being close up, and for their rear view, they tried one with them further back, but, you know, my thoughts were, even with them close up, we can still see the scene really well, and it does look very good featuring the villagers prominently like this. So, glad this did well. Pretty much top 1,000. It's like 1,027. I didn't review Mama Dukes this week. I think you're one of the only ones, Mama Dukes, I saw using, I've seen using these new items that were in the shop. I didn't pick those up. 4K for Mama Dukes, as usual. Rank 1455 here. I feel really lucky for still scoring this well. I wouldn't be too surprised, you know. This is really good. Rank 82, my highest rank yet. Good villager positions here. This could have been, like, an even higher rank if we had lighting on the, because the sun is off to the right. This could have been like potential, yeah, it could have potentially been even higher if we had lighting. Very good ring, though. Ashley's got 4K here. Zombie did end up getting 4K for their Cinderella build, which is great to see. Rank 65, I was so stunned. I got my first top 1,000 at 9:15 for Legendary Moments the week before. Well, that's good. Well, this is really pretty. Yeah, I can see how this would be rank 65. Beautiful avatar here. Love the eyeshadow, the dark lip here. And really good pose of, it looks like Flynn and Rapunzel are dancing. That's super clever. They have Flynn doing the pose where his arm is out, and they have Rapunzel doing, you know, that, like, laughing animation, I think. That looks cool. Hopes was around the top 500 here. You know, you never really have to use the avatar anymore. If you use a villager in their place and you have them well featured, nice and close, it can go over very, very well. Took a bit of risk with the medieval build, but got ranked 1406. Nice. Oh, Jonathan got 4K. Okay. Yeah, the castles in the backdrop are cool. I like this outfit, too. Which outfit is that? There's so many outfits in this game, I can forget. Caroline Murphy here. Oh, Anxious Smurf. Glad to see this got 4K. My biggest advice, Caroline, or Anxious Smurf, is, you know, if you want to have the grass in your scene, try to lean towards the meadow and plaza. The grass is a lot less invasive. That way you won't have these blades of grass kind of sticking up over their feet, or through their feet, I should say. But the centerpiece is really good. The pose is really good. The villager positions are really good. So not surprised this got 4K. Deserves it. Frozen Flamingo here. Oh, this is beautiful. I don't think I've seen Frozen Flamingos because they don't do the reviews, but they're always in the YouTube chat. This is so pretty. It's cool to see your work here. I love the balance. The twin horses, like perfect symmetry on both sides. You have the pretty much the exact same distance between each of these fountains on the sides here. Great centerpiece with the Cinderella Castle. These topiaries here. I talked about this a lot when we were discussing Cinderella builds for this week's challenge. You know, if for people that were doing Cinderella builds, my biggest advice was play up the natural beauty of the Cinderella items that match with those scenes, like these topiaries and like the coaches. I love the new, you know, headwear on the horses too, because it matches so well with the pink windows. This is so good. Yeah, very good work here, Frozen. Leslie got 285 here. So many good snaps. And that's what I mean, too, is a lot of people will comment and say, I wasn't expecting to do so good because I saw so many good snaps. But, I mean, there's over 9,000 people in 4K this week. So, think about that. You know, you might see hundreds of good snaps online. But some of those snaps will go up against each other. Some really good snaps can go up against each other consistently. And that can bump them back to rank 2,000 or 3,000. So, as long as you make a beautiful snap, you know, even if you've seen a lot of snaps you think are better and you think other people would think are better, it doesn't mean you can't land in the top 100 or the top 50, you know? Almost everybody that commented got 4K. We have Babbitt here as well. I love the perspective here. It looks like you're in the lagoon in Eternity Isle. So that you can put the houses up here. Very cool. This looks really cool. If anything, I feel like this should have been in the top 1,000. Love the perspective here. But you probably popped up against some other really good snaps along the way. Could have been top 1,000. Did somebody send me a video? Well, I don't know what they said in that video, so I can't really play it on stream. Could be anything. So we're not going to do that. That's very pretty. Dude, like, all of these are 4K. That's crazy. This one got 2,500. Tabby, I was super happy with it, considering I forgot to do my Dreamsnap until about 30 minutes before the deadline. I mean, for something you put together in, like, 25 to 30 minutes, it's good. You got great lighting, you know, light casting directly onto the avatar, directly onto the castle. And for a speed build, you know, 2,500 is great. This one got 2,500. Really creative concept, you know, but risky, you know. They said they barely missed the 4K bracket. It's tough, you know, because it's super cute putting yourself inside the coach like that. But with the coach being so big, it eats up so much real estate. You got to ask yourself, is it worth the trade-off? Is the wow factor of you being inside the coach worth the trade-off of us not seeing this beautiful gazebo, of us not being able to utilize more of this space here with, like, maybe more villagers? I love that they told a story, though. That's probably why they almost got 4K for this, because, you know, you have fairy godmother sending off Cinderella in the coach. That's very clever, very creative, but risky. You know, a large element like this. Like half the snap is going to be the coach. And since so many voters typically pick beauty over concept, you know, it's tricky. I mean, concept is really important, but at the expense of beauty, it can be a risk. Really cool concept, though. Very good. Rank 1373 here. And yeah, like I said, you know, on 70 to 80% of these snaps, you see their shadows going back. You see the sun behind the camera. You see the camera rather close to the avatar on almost all of these 4K snaps. But they're all different, you know. Just because they're using the same meta, just because they're using the same techniques, doesn't mean they're all the same photo. Like, every single one of them is unique in its own way. Some are completely different styles of kingdoms. There's a lot of diversity. Came over here at 2,500, but they're okay with that. They threw it together last minute. They did have all these cool villagers here. I bet you if they had a couple of villagers a bit closer up and maybe opened up this scene a bit, probably would have been 4K. Got around rank 7,000. Probably could have ranked closer to the top 2 or 1, you know, 3,000. Probably would have been within the top 3,000 if it followed meta. Again, voters, they just eat stuff like this up. You know, this is rank 660. So top 1,000, you know, avatar very close here. Villagers, you know, foreground elements with the wheelbarrows. Rank 884 here. Love the horses. Rank 5,000. This is so good. I would actually expect this to be a little bit higher. Probably popped up against some really good snaps. I mean, you still got 4K, you know. But for this to be around 5,000, yeah, I would be willing to bet it probably popped up against some really good competition that pushed it back a little bit. But definitely, I think this photo is very deserving of a spot in the top, 2,000 to 1,000. Gorgeous scene. Very good here. Emma got 4K. And we have Scylla's here. I think this is Scylla's, right? Amanda. That has to be Scylla. It looks like the Vox eyes. It might be. I think we only have a couple more to look at. Yeah, last stretch here. Kimberly. Another 4K. Right around the top 2,000 here. This one got 4K, ranked 6,735. So I definitely think this could have ranked much higher because it's really beautiful the way they've got the avatar. But this is why I warn against having a bit too much character light. When we were doing some reviews yesterday, there were a couple that had the character lighting really high. And this probably popped up against some other really good photos. And the fact that the lighting on the characters is as high as it is, they still got 4K, so they're good. They don't need to change anything. But this definitely, I think, could have been like a top 2,000 easily. But with all the white on the pathing here, and then with the increased character lighting, can hold it back a little. Soko, welcome to the inner circle, my friend. Appreciate the membership. Oh, good. Nikki did get 4K for this. We talked about this one, and how it was going to work because it was a very different kind of approach on the concept or on the challenge. But they did fill it out really well. And they had this romance scene. It's clever. They're holding the turtle, like the one that has like the log and like the reeds on its back, like a bouquet. Because you can't see the turtle, so it looks like a bouquet. And it's a really pretty picture of Aurora in the night here. So I'm glad this one got the rank it deserved. Jessica here got, I think this is Dreamer. Yeah, Dreamer ended up getting 4K, rank 8,421. I'm so glad they pivoted because I don't think Dreamer was going to get 4K with the original. They did a scene that didn't use a castle. They were using the Athens building kit, the new building kit, the same one we used last week. And, with it being Kingdom of Beauty, I pointed out that, I think castles are going to really steal the show or be the most competitive. Hi, buddy. You got a little hoardy here. Listen to those purrs. Hi, good boy. He's purring so loud.
Yeah.
Hi, buddy. Hi, good boy. So Dreamer got 4K. Very nice. DVS Brat got ranked 360 here. Again. Yeah, he loves to do that. He loves to nuzzle the edge of my monitor. Good lighting on the villagers. Villager close up. Playing up the Cinderella build. Now this one got ranked 32,000, 1.5K. It's such a pretty build. Like, it's very symmetrical. They have these, like, beautiful flowers. And the hair looks really cool. But this is why, I mentioned now that we have this new villager toggle and we can use villagers, that's a very competitive thing to do. If you look at almost every snap we've seen in the 4K range, they're almost all of them are utilizing royalty. And the challenge itself did state, to pair yourself with your favorite royal villagers. That's why it's always a good idea to kind of acknowledge what the challenge says and build that into your scene. Because with the talent of this player, like with how well designed the castle is and with the way they've layered the flowers, the fact that they got ranked 32K, they're good at building. I feel like they definitely could have been in the 4K range if they would have just altered the scene a little bit to include some villagers and maybe showcase the front of the avatar. The hair is beautiful, but when you can get a beautiful expression on the avatar, when you can see the makeup and the eyes, that's typically going to be more impactful. You can face away, but you want a really good reason to do so. But yeah, like I said, very good build. The flowers are pretty, the gateway, the walkway here, the castle in the back, the aurora, the lanterns, the fireflies. With how good this player is at design, I feel like they could definitely get 4K very consistently. I think the biggest thing for them would be learning what the voters prefer. I think that's what held them back here. And then also being sure to always, utilize the tools Gameloft is giving us. We just got this brand new villager toggle where we can choose exactly how to showcase villagers. They're really good at building. So if they utilize that new villager toggle, they would be able to find some great ways to incorporate villagers into scenes like this. I think if they would have done that, they would have been in the 4K range because they definitely have the talent to make a good scene. Jen ended up getting 504 with this, so right around the top 500. Very nice, very nice. Oh, good. This one got ranked 1277 here. So just like that other one, she's facing away. But we did, when we reviewed this one, I did talk about how good this dress looks, even having the avatar further away. And you can play further away from the avatar and not show the face if you can make up with that with villager presence. I mean, honestly, even with the avatar hidden, this probably could have done almost as good. But the avatar's dress, like filling out the foreground here, looks fantastic. And this one ranked 584 from Terra. Good villager presence. Some beautiful flowers on the side. Some nice castles. I think with a bit more light and color, probably could have been in the top 2,000. Got 4K, though. That's the main thing. Oh, good. Kira's shot with the pillars, because they weren't sure if they wanted to keep the walls here. And they tried one without. But, yeah, I actually liked it more with the walls, with the way it was designed. And the candelabras look really good. They did end up getting the candelabras perfectly balanced as well. But, yeah, glad this got 4K, because it was really pretty. Now, this is one I didn't review, but got ranked 2,300 or so. And then the last one here, Caitlin Williams, got 4K, ranked 6,298. Very nice. Yeah, it's crazy. So, like, about 150 different snaps shared here. Well, that's comment, so I'd probably say it's more like 125 or so, because there's at least, like, probably 30 comments on some of these, if you put them all together. But, yeah, roughly 95, or probably 90% of what's shared here is 4K. Very cool, very cool. Lots of good snaps. All right, all right. Well, you guys, I'm not going to have time to make those example scenes today, unfortunately. We did a lot of yapping because I've been reviewing so many snaps. I guess too much of today's stream got sucked into chatting with you guys because we actually haven't chatted much over the past few days. We've just been reviewing snaps nonstop. So, yeah, probably tonight on my Steam Deck, I'll put together some example scenes for this week's challenge. Since I've had an issue with people copying the example scenes instead of making their own snaps, I might make them more basic, honestly. I might take these example scenes. I hate that I have to do that because I want to give people good ideas. I mean, I can still show off the major idea that I'm doing with the example scene, but I might leave it a little incomplete. That way if, that'll even if people do copy it, they'll probably add stuff to it at least. But I've had people pointing out that they've come across snaps that are identical to what I show in my tip videos, which I know I can't do anything about. Like, I know people are going to, some people have a really hard time coming up with their own concepts and ideas. So, I just want people to believe in themselves, and I want people to know that they can, they can do it. They can do it. They can draw inspiration from my scenes. But if I make the example scenes and, like, leave some of the areas kind of wide open and say, you'll probably want to put things here and put things here, then at least then it'll kind of be their own in a way. People miss talking to you. Yeah. I love the Dreamsnap reviews, but since they've gotten so busy, it does feel very different for me because, like, one of the main things I've always done as a streamer for my 6 years of content creation is I've always just talked to chat the entire time I've been live for almost every stream. So we've been doing the Snap reviews now for many months. I don't know how long, but they've gotten so busy that, we used to just do Monday and Tuesday. Now we do, Friday, Monday, and Tuesday, and it takes, like, the whole stream, which is really good. Shows that we have, like, good growth on the stream, and it's been, fantastic for the channel. But, it is an adjustment because, like, I'm so used to most of my streams, me just being able to, like, sit here and yap with you guys and chit-chat about things, and on the review streams, we're too busy for that. So, gotta love Wednesdays because we get to talk about the refresh and we actually get to talk to each other. Twitch drops are over. We did have Twitch drops here. I am one of the partnered creators. There's another Twitch drop campaign coming, Lilo, in about 13 days. So there is another Twitch drop campaign coming, and we do have Twitch drops here, but they're over until July 8th. So if you want to drop a follow, so you don't miss the next round of Twitch drops, I mostly cover Dreamsnaps here. I'm live Monday through Friday. And yes, I will be, I do have the drops, but the first round of drops, like the Eeyore ears, it's over. It ended at 12, today. It ended at noon. So, sadly, you cannot get the ears anymore. Like these little ears. But, I mean, as far as Twitch drops go, this is probably one of the least exciting rewards. So, if you did miss them, they're cute ears, but, like, some of the other Twitch drops are, like, way crazier. Like, my favorite Twitch drops, I hope they bring these back. I hope they do another Twitch drop campaign, and they bring these back eventually. The Gamer Desk, this is from the first Twitch drop campaign. The Dreamlight Valley Gamer PC and the Dreamlight Valley laptop. Dude, these are so cool. And the Gamer Chair. And then, of course, my favorite outfit, the gamer outfit. All of this is Twitch drop. It's awesome. These are old Twitch drops, though. Not the wand is not Twitch drop. It just goes with it well. But yeah, these are from the first and second round of Twitch drops that we ever had. There's also a Mickey ear as well. These are old, though. But I think they should bring them back. Oh, yeah, there's the gamer baseball cap, and then there's also the gamer Mickey ears. So there's two RGB. The gamer Mickey ears came first. These were part of the, I think, first round of drops. The gamer hat is kind of new. I think that was from the last set of drops. But I love the gamer stuff. It's cool. Though the way the male avatar wears baseball caps in this game kind of gives me, like, serial killer vibes. I don't know. I feel like he wears it too low. Looks like he's going to stalk me. It's kind of like that show You, It gives me You vibes. I want the melting Mickey ears. Weren't those from the STARPATH with, like, the platinum stuff? Or were those Twitch drop as well? Can't remember. You talking about, the melting, these? I thought those were early access stuff. Nah, they're from drops. Though I think these drops came out during early access, I think. Yeah, these came out around the time that we got Rift in Time, I think. So but no, they're not early access. But by the way, if you weren't playing back when they did these drops, like these ones here, they have brought back old drop items before. One of the last drop campaigns we had, I wish they would do that this time because this current drop campaign, only having one reward for each week is kind of sad. I feel like they should have done one reward and one of these items, just to give people a little bit more. But yeah, petition to bring these back. You know, I love my RGB stuff. Like, I want you guys to have this stuff too. If I can just give it to you, I would. But the laptop, especially the table. Dude, this table is so cool. My favorite thing about the table, I have so many of these. I like to use them for, like, storage builds and stuff. But what I really like about the table is they click together perfectly. There's, like, no gap between them. Now, we have the little grid on it right now, so it doesn't look the best. But if we close out here, look at how cool that looks. That's why I think they should bring it back. Tater says, I think I posted my Kingdom Snap, but too late to have it viewed on stream. Did you share it on Facebook? Yeah, I'm about to end the stream for now. Because it's... I was actually supposed to end the stream 2.5 hours ago. But I just started yapping. Oh, Taters, when we discuss snaps, on Wednesday, we discuss them on Facebook. So every Wednesday on Facebook, Little Taters, I post my Dream Snap, and then I ask everybody to share their snaps and their results, and then we go over them on stream. So we have 186 comments on here now. Looks like a bunch of people shared in addition to what we were sharing. So many on here. You can craft this table. Multiply. You can craft this table. No, that table's not craftable. It's a Twitch drop. And yeah, you can multiply items. It's your controller. There's a duplicate option as long as you have extra items. So if you didn't know about this, Lilo, this is like, you know, kind of a major thing with decorating. You can put down any item, right? And then if you hover over it, if you look right here, you're going to see extra options. One of those options is duplicate. So if I press X on my controller, I can add more of the item. So as long as you have it in your inventory, you can duplicate it. And for that table, I have like 70 of them. So yeah, I can just place more of them. Well, Taters, if you ever want to participate, Facebook is free, you know, totally free app. And if you do end up using it, you could always just use it for the Dream Snaps, and that's it. I'm actually planning on making a Dream Snap group as well. We've talked about that a lot. There's a lot of Dream Snap groups on Facebook, but I've heard that some of them are a bit toxic and problematic, so we want to make our own. And if I have time this weekend, I'll be making a Facebook group for Dream Snaps as well. So yeah, I have 76. I have 80 of these tables. I have 80 of these. So yeah, you can just place additionals. But no, this table can't be crafted. It's a Twitch drop. It was a limited time item. Yeah, me too. I share mine on Facebook and Discord, says Dreamy. You too, what? You said me too? That's why I don't have Facebook, but if you're making a group, I might consider. Yeah, I don't blame you for not having it, because, like, on a lot of social medias, there's just a lot of crap and toxicity. What I always say for people that have moved away from Facebook or other places is, you know, social media will often kind of, you know, it'll resemble the groups you're in. So if it gets toxic or like annoying, best thing to do is just get away from those groups. I promise you, if you do get Facebook back and then you want to, you know, follow our page and join our Dreamsnap group, we're gonna be very enforceful that nobody is rude or, you know, ridiculous, and also, you know, for Dreamsnaps in the Dreamsnap group, I want to have very clear rules that unsolicited advice is, well, people will probably give unsolicited advice either way, but I'll probably set it up to where when people join the group, they'll have to kind of read through these guidelines. I want people to, you know, be able to ask for advice in the group if they want it, but I also don't want people going in there and somebody's like, hey, check out my beautiful snap. And then they get people on there like, you should do this, this, and that. Because most of the time, like, a lot of random people on Facebook don't usually know the best way to do things. And I want to make sure the group is, like, you know, inviting for everybody, and you're not bombarded with, like, unsolicited tips from people that should not be giving tips. So, yeah, I want it to be more of a place where we can just talk and share our snaps, like, off stream. You know, that's what I want for it. And we can also use it as a resource on stream, you know, if we want to, like, talk about things in the group. So I'm going to try to get it set up this weekend. But we've already talked to some people that want to mod for it and stuff. But, yeah, we're going to set up a different group. But I've heard from other groups, like other Dreamsnap groups, like, you know, I've had people, like, have their comments removed just for, like, even mentioning any creator. Like, somebody will be looking for Dreamsnap's help, and somebody will, like, tag me, or, like, go check out Senpai, and then they'll get, like, warned, you know, which is kind of weird, because, like, somebody's asking for help. Like, you know, it's not self-promotion. It's not me going in there. I can understand them not wanting me to go in there and, like, spam my channel. Like, that makes sense. But if you don't allow people to, like, at least discuss where they can find good advice, you're going to push them away, you know? And also, if you allow people to give unsolicited advice and critique others' work when they're really just trying to share what they're proud of, that's also going to push people away. So I want to make a Dreamsnap group that is free of that kind of stuff. You know, like, I want to make a Dreamsnap group. Of course, we'll have to have rules against self-promotion, because anytime you make a group on Facebook, there will be people that want to go in there and just plug their channel. But if somebody's like, hey, you know, I want a good guide to get this new item. Like, if somebody were to recommend Saro and be like, Saro's got a guide, I'm not going to be like, no, you're not allowed to do that. Like, you know, all the other creators, you know, I'm a big part of the Dreamlight Valley community, but I'm not the only one, you know? So, like, if you know who I am, you probably already know who Saro is. You probably already know who Star and Sky is. So I'm never going to, you know, run the group to where I'm like, you're not allowed to mention anybody but me. It's just like a weird way to run a group. So it pushes people away. I want to make a Dreamsnap group that is, you know, inviting and welcoming to everyone, with the exception of people that, you know, just want to give unsolicited advice. That's the only thing that's not really welcome. If somebody makes a post asking for advice, then, you know, that's great. But I'll probably pin a comment at the top of the group, just like spelling that out, because I feel like either way, people, every time you go on the internet, there's always somebody giving us solicited advice. God forbid you upload a video of you playing with your cat, because then you'll get a bunch of cat experts that are like, you shouldn't play with your cat that way because he might develop wings and fly to the sun. You know, like, there's always something. There's always some person online that just, like, thinks they know everything. Now, if somebody's asking for advice, that's what I'm here for. You know, like, I want to help people that are seeking out advice. But what you won't ever catch me doing is just going to somebody's snap on the internet when they're proud of it and sharing it, and then I'm like, it's good, but you should do the X, Y, and Z. They're not asking. You know, unsolicited advice is just criticism. That's what it is. You're critiquing. And if somebody's not looking for critiques, you know, don't be that person, you know? I know a lot of people are just trying to be helpful, but, you know, you just got to understand the nuances of how to socialize with other humans. So a lot of people that give unsolicited advice are genuinely just trying to help, but at the same time, you know, you shouldn't go around just critiquing random people that aren't looking for critiques. You know, if you want to help people and give people advice, seek out the people that are seeking knowledge and help them, because they're out there. Sometimes people make groups and turn them into their own little dictatorships. Yeah, it's kind of the same thing with, like, Discords. There's, like, a running joke with, like, Discord mods. You know, you've probably seen the pictures online with, like, you know, the guys with the neck beards, like, you know, sitting back in their chair typing, like, you know, like, welcome to my kingdom. You know, they just, like, live in Discord. It's, like, their whole life. I could never do that. Like, I've even got some gamer friends. I love them, but they literally live in Discord. their whole life is in there. There's always drama. They're always like dating somebody through Discord, and then there's a Discord breakup, and now there's people arguing in the Discord. I love our server. You know, I love our server because I can keep up with you guys. I can make announcements, and sometimes I'll go in there and chat with you guys, and we can use it for Dream Snaps. But you're never going to catch me living in there. You know, like I do so much with my work, with my content, and then when I'm not making content, I want to spend time with my cat. I want to spend time with Jordan. I want to go on bike rides, you know. And you know, I guess if you live alone and you don't like being physically active and you don't have like friends around, like, yeah, I can see why living in a Discord server would be appealing. But it's the same thing with these Facebook groups, you know. It's essentially, you know, a person makes a Facebook group and then it gets big, and then now that's their kingdom, it's their baby, it's their life. So like they run it like a dictatorship because, you know, they're worried that if you mention any other group, everyone's going to leave them and they're not going to have their kingdom anymore. You know, it's a weird thing. Wait, this isn't a dating site? I mean, to be honest, I met my girlfriend for the first time, like, in my stream. Like, I didn't know Jordan until she came in from a Sachi raid during Animal Crossing, actually. So, you know, could be. But we met in person long before, you know. I've always had a policy with streaming, to never romantically engage with any follower or friend I've made, through the digital world. Because oftentimes there can be a power imbalance, especially if that person is like a very active member in your community, because, you know, that's where a lot of their friends are. And if you have a falling out with them, it can make them feel detached and like they're not part of the community, and it gets really awkward. So in my 6 years of content creation, all my streaming, I've avoided a lot of unnecessary drama and a lot of issues. Every time, and this has happened, every time somebody has made an advance towards me, like when I've been single, I've just shut it down and just been like, nope, I don't, you know, I don't engage romantically with people I haven't met in person, and we've not met in person. Therefore, you know, we can't really do this. Now with Jordan, I never planned to meet her in person, but we did meet in person when we went to my friend Vaughn's community meetup. There was a big community meetup, and when I was there, like, you know, we really hit it off, and we ended up, you know, together. But not through the stream, not through online messages, you know. But yeah, I've always had a good policy against that, because, you know, I feel like it's good to have friendship through the community, but I do think there's a power imbalance between a content creator and somebody that's a member of the community, and I think it can be, a lot of content creators abuse that. Like, I've been in this space for a while. I've known a lot of content creators. I've known a lot of womanizers. I've known a lot of people that have used their position as a creator to, like, meet up with several different women, lie to them. You know, a position as a content creator can easily be abused if you don't have a moral guideline. Like, if you don't have your own rules in place. And honoring those rules is the best way to make sure things stay nice and smooth, you know? There's no room for confusion. Give Jordan extra ice cubes. Yeah, that's the plan. You know, that's how you really let him know. I forgot about that. Anyhow, oh my God, everyone, all this is happening. Crazy how much time has passed. Yep. Many years here, you know. 6 years of making content now. A little over 6. But, yeah, a lot of history. But, yeah, same thing with Facebook groups. You know, some people just, it becomes like their whole life. And, you know, I just want the group to be a fun place for us, for the community. That's why I want to make it. And I want to give people a fun place to share their snaps and talk about snaps when they're not on Twitch. Twitch is great. And YouTube is great, but it's not really a discussion forum. And sure, we could use Discord, but I don't know. I think Facebook is easier because there's other stuff you can do on there as well. If you're in Discord, really the only thing you can do is Discord. You know, if you're on Facebook, you can like watch reels and check out stuff, and then you can be like, oh, I'm gonna go look at some snaps. You know, that's why I want a Dreamsnap group. And I also think it would be nice to provide an alternative. I wasn't gonna make a Dreamsnap group, but I've had a lot of people complaining about some of the ones on Facebook, and a lot of people seem to really want, you know, I'm sure there's some good Dreamsnap groups already out there. I don't know. I'm not really in them. I've just got a lot of people that have mentioned that they haven't enjoyed them, and that, you know, some of the mods are really annoying, and the way people like turn off comments on posts and stuff, and they're just super controlling. And I want more of an open group where it's just open dialogue. The only rules I want in place are, you know, not to be mean, not to be rude, and not to give unsolicited advice. Like, that's it. Besides that, you know, and no self-promotion, you know, like, I don't mind if you tell somebody where to find a guide or tell somebody where to find certain tips. But, you know, if some creator comes in and wants to use my group to, like, spam their channel, you know, we'll just remove them, you know. But, yeah. So, also, you know, if you're interested in helping us moderate the Facebook group, you can reach out to me. For now, we did mention we're going to try to play Mecha Chameleon tomorrow once we make the Snap Guide. And once we discuss Dreamsnap Q&A, we're going to play some Mecha Chameleon. So, if you want to play with us, this game is $6, and it's a hide-and-seek game where you have to paint yourself into the environment. And it looks really fun. I've been dying to play this. So, we're probably going to play it a bit tomorrow. We're going to try to get a fun group of people together. So, if you want to play, and, you know, basically all you need is $6 and a PC. And, you know, just shoot me a message on Discord tonight so I know who's interested for tomorrow. If you play this with us, I'll buy it for you, says Ashley to Samantha. Yeah, get Samantha to come in here. Samantha never plays with us. This looks like so much fun, though. I bought it, but I don't think my laptop likes it. Is it, like, lagging? I would say, have you gone into the settings and tried to readjust anything? Maybe if you, I don't know what kind of graphics processing you have on the laptop, but maybe if you tweak it, maybe if you go to lower graphics, or I haven't loaded on mine yet, but I'm gonna install it tomorrow morning. I'm gonna buy it tomorrow and install it tomorrow. Dang, they've sold 7 million copies, dude. Like, I think a single developer made this in Japan, and it has blown up. 7 million copies at $6 a piece. This guy is set for life. He did make a super cool game, though. Like, I've never seen a hide-and-seek game like this where you paint yourself into the environment. It's so cool. I can't wait to play this, though. It's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, well, I'm going to run. I can't believe I almost streamed till 9 o'clock. Oh, my God. Yeah, I'm going to text Tommy. He's been working a lot, though. He might not be free tomorrow. But I'm going to give him a text and see if he wants to join. Zombie said, how can I reach you about being a mod for the Facebook group? You can message me on Discord, Zombie. If you go, you're already in our Discord for the Dreamsnaps. So if you would like, basically go into the Discord server, go to announcements, and in announcements, you'll see I always make a post there when I'm going live. If you click on my name, you'll have an option to DM me. So just, you know, send me a hello and let me know you're interested in being a mod. And whenever I set it up, I'll reach out to you. I live in Japan. Everyone's playing it. Dude, it's really big here. Dude, it's big all over the place. It's cool to see. Like, anytime I open streams, like on Twitch or TikTok or YouTube, I see so much Mecha Chameleon. But, I mean, I see why. I think it might be, like, the best hide-and-seek game ever made. Like, it's a genius game. Absolutely amazing. Granny said, what's your Discord? If you type exclamation Discord, you can get a link to the server. I think Ashley I shared it here. So Granny Amelia, just use that little link right there, and you'll be part of the fam on Discord. Your kitty must be like me time now. Yeah, Jordan already brought him in because he was screaming at the door. So, yeah, I better run. All right, you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. I'll probably work on some Dreamsnap examples tonight. Thank you for the amazing stream. It was good to catch up with you guys and actually get to chat with the chat today. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, stay healthy, and we'll see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful night, and thank you again, you guys, for 197 goals in a row. We are getting so close to the big 200, which is crazy. You guys are on a generational run right now with the goals. It's insane, bro. Yeah, like our previous record was 113, so 197 is, is wild to me. But yeah, thank you for all the love and support, you guys. Would not be able to do what I do without you, so it is very much appreciated. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful night, and get ready